I crouched in front of the fire crystal, or my hands rubbed raw, and still I didn't dare stop. Once, then again, the pickaxe slammed down, numbing the web between my thumb and index finger with every impact. But each strike also sent a thread of icy coolness up the handle and into my body, like someone was forcing a breath into the cracks of my bones. I was exhausted, truly exhausted, but I could endure it. Uncle Wong passed by, stopped, and looked at me. Xiaoyang, are you crazy? There are only 12 shurchen in a day, and you'd work 8 of them if you could. This isn't making money. This is trading your life for it. I didn't stop. Panting, I answered him with one sentence. Uncle Wong, I know what I'm doing. He gave me a look, sighed, and walked off. I kept swinging. Sweat streamed down my body. My clothes were soaked through long ago. But I knew better than anyone that I could not stop. Because I wasn't from this damned place. Half a month ago, I was still farming gold outside. I made a living off games, and life wasn't bad. Later, feeling bored, I casually entered a newly launched full-dive VR game, Divine Realm. At first, I just wanted to try it. But once I came in, I couldn't get out. This place wasn't like a game. It was more like another real world. When you were hungry, you felt weak. When you were hurt, you bled. If you slept badly, you'd still wake up dizzy the next day. Even those so-called NPCs were all like living people. They laughed, cursed, schemed, and could beat the hell out of you. At first, I nearly starved to death. Later, I was dragged here to mine, and that was the only reason I survived. Thinking of that, I swung my pickaxe and struck again. The next second, a ding rang in my ear. There it was. My heart jumped, and I hurriedly pulled up the panel. Name, Yongling. Class, Minor. Level, 3. Free attribute points, 1. Strength, 5. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. HP, 50. I almost laughed out loud. Finally, I leveled up. This was what I had been pushing myself toward for the past half-month. Other people mined for money. I was mining for my life. I stared at the strength line and, without hesitating, immediately put the point into it. The next second, a surge of heat rushed violently through my limbs and bones. My arms, which had been trembling from soreness just moments ago, relaxed instantly. My back stopped aching. My legs stopped shaking. Even the heavy pressure in my chest faded away. I looked at the panel again. My HP had jumped from 50 to 60. I clenched my fist, unable to keep the corners of my mouth down. Good. Very good. At least now I knew that strength was useful. It let me mine faster, and it also made me harder to beat down. The scariest thing in this place wasn't exhaustion. It was having a life too fragile to survive. A few days ago, I took a fall and smashed my forehead against a rock. My HP dropped by 20 points on the spot. At that moment, I was genuinely rattled. It wasn't that I hadn't thought about whether dying might let me log out of Divine Realm, but I didn't dare gamble on it. What scared me more was this. The game wouldn't end, but I would. So there was only one thing left to do. Grind. Grind like my life depended on it. I tilted my head back, took a gulp of water, and kept swinging the pickaxe. Once, twice, 3 times. Only after I had chipped that fire crystal or deposit clean through did I crouch down and gather the broken or pieces one by one into my cloth pouch. I weighed it in my hand and had a rough estimate. Around 1 liang. Worth 10 won. Healing medicine is 5 won a bottle. Need to save for that. My pickaxe is almost worn out too. I'll need a new one. While I was doing the math, several people suddenly stopped by my side. I looked up, and I was already cursing inside. Brother Wu. He was tall and broad, with several grim-faced miners behind him. It was obvious they weren't here to chat. I cupped my hands first, still smiling like usual. Brother Wu, do you need something from me? Brother Wu stared at me and spoke slowly. Other people work 5 shurchen a day. You work 8. What, trying to show off? Or are you planning to step on us so you can curry favor with Supervisor Wu? My heart went cold for a moment, but I showed none of it on my face. Brother Wu, you misunderstand. I just want to earn a little more money. No. He shut it down with a single word. This place has its own rules. If you keep doing this, Supervisor Wu will see it and think all of us have been slacking off. Raising yourself up means trampling on us. At that, his eyes flicked toward my forehead, and his smile turned ugly. If you still don't know your place, next time it won't just be a fall. I looked at him and casually glanced at his panel. Name, Brother Wu. Class, Minor. Strength, 7. Agility, 3. Spirit, 2. I understood immediately. This bastard was a little stronger than me right now. More troublesome still, he had people. If I turned hostile now, I'd be the one at a disadvantage. I swallowed my anger and lowered my head with a smile. Fine. Brother Wu has the final say. From now on, I'll only work 5 shirtshin. He nodded, looking at me like a dog that had finally learned obedience. That's more like it. But in the very next second, his gaze shifted and landed on the cloth pouch at my waist. What you just mined, hand over half. I looked at him and said nothing. He grinned, and the smile was full of threat. What? Unwilling. My mind spun quickly. I tried to negotiate. How about this, Brother Wu? From now on, I'll give you 30% of whatever I mine. Just let me work a few more shirtshin. The moment the words left my mouth, his face darkened. You're still thinking about that shit? He held back his temper as if he might pounce at any moment. I told you, work 5 shirtshin and get lost. Hand over the stuff. Now, I understood. This wasn't about money. He was afraid I'd stand out. Afraid I'd get noticed by Supervisor Wu and steal his thunder. Fine. Then I'd endure it for now. Without another word, I poured out half the fire crystal ore from my pouch and gave it to him. He took it, weighed it in his hand, and looked satisfied. At least you've got some sense. Remember, I'm watching you. If you dare mine even half a quarter hour more in the future, I'll make sure you remember it. When he finished, he left with his men. I stood there, and the smile slowly faded from my face. Only after their backs disappeared into the distance did I mutter in a low voice. Just you wait. I admit it, I can't beat you right now, but I won't always be unable to. As long as my strength reaches 10, as long as I gain a few more levels, I alone will be enough to deal with trash like you. So I turned around and went looking for the next piece of fire crystal ore. Keep mining. Keep leveling up. Keep enduring. Endure until I can pay it back tenfold. 5 shirtshin later, the miners began walking out one after another. Each of them looked as though they had just crawled back from the gates of hell. I put on the same act too, holding my back and dragging my steps toward the exit. Sure enough, over in the shadows, Brother Wu was sweeping the area with his men. He was watching for anyone who dared work overtime in secret. I sneered inwardly. I'll let you relax today. You have to feed a dog first before it's easy to slit its throat. I slowly joined the line to turn in, or I had barely settled into place when a scream suddenly came from the front. Please stop hitting me. Stop. Then came an angry shout. 5 shirtshin, and you still can't scrape together even half a liang? Trash. Beat him. I looked up and saw a skinny young man, thin as a stick, pinned to the ground and beaten viciously by the guards. Punches and kicks landed one after another, utterly merciless. None of the surrounding miners stepped in. Some of them were even laughing. The young man, driven past his limit, started hurling curses at them in a wild stream. His emotions had completely exploded. It was obvious he was venting with no regard for his life. At first, I was only watching for entertainment. But the very next second, my heart jolted violently. Because I saw a panel above his head. Name, Zhongwei. Class, none. Level 1. Strength, 2. Agility, 2. Spirit, 1. HP, 20. My breathing tightened. A player? Holy shit, that was a player. Half a month. This was the first time I had seen a second player here. But before I could even feel happy, his HP was already plummeting. 20. 13. 7. 3. 1. My scalp went numb. One more hit, and he might really die? The overseer on that side finally raised a hand. That's enough. Don't actually beat him to death. If Supervisor Wu asks about it, I can't be bothered to explain. Only then did the guard stop. Zhang Wei lay on the ground, barely capable of breathing. The overseer lowered his head to look at him as though he were looking at a pile of garbage. If you can't scrape together 1 liang today, you don't get a single one. Go hungry. If you still can't make it tomorrow, then keep starving. Wait for death yourself. After saying that, he turned back to collecting ore. When it was my turn, he looked at the amount I had and frowned. Only 1 liang today. Before I could speak, he glanced into the distance again, saw Brother Wu's gang, and seemed to understand immediately. He snorted and tossed me 10-1. Take it. I quickly caught it. Thank you, Overseer Nyo. Only then did his expression ease a little. Newcomers like you know your place. You know how to work, and you know how to keep your head down. Unlike certain pieces of trash who have no ability but still run their mouths. I didn't respond. I just lowered my head and acknowledged him. After taking the money, I walked straight over to Zhang Wei and hauled him up. People nearby looked at me as if I were an idiot. I couldn't be bothered with them. I'd deal with things after bringing him back. Outside the mine vein was the ramshackle village where the miners lived. I dragged Zhang Wei back to my own tiny wooden shack, the one that leaked wind and rain, threw him onto the bed, and poured 2 mouthfuls of water into him first. He didn't wake up. I crouched down and frowned as I looked at his 1 HP. So if your HP dropped too low, you would pass out. I dragged a box out from under the bed and opened it. Inside were the copper coins I had saved over the past half-month, along with a bottle of wound medicine. I looked at it. Gold trauma medicine, defective restores 10 HP. Holding the medicine bottle, I felt a little pained. This thing had cost money. In a place like this, money was life. But after looking at Zhang Wei's face, I still stuffed the medicine into his mouth. Lucky you. I also want to see whether a second player can bring me anything useful. After feeding him the medicine, I gave him more water and kept watching his panel. 1 HP, 2 HP, 3 HP. It rose very slowly, but it was rising. When his HP passed 10, Zhang Wei's eyelids finally twitched. The moment he opened his eyes, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The pain twisted his whole face. Fuck, did I log out of the game? No. Sitting beside him, I cut him off directly. You're still in Divine Realm. His whole body stiffened, and he whipped his head toward me. Why, you're a player? No shit. I looked at him. If I weren't a player, who would waste healing medicine on you? His eyes lit up instantly, as if he had seen family, and he lunged over to grab me. Brother, hurry and tell me how to get out. I've been trapped for half a month. This shitty game isn't fit for human beings. My heart sank. You too? Half a month? Yeah. You can't get out either? No shit. If I could get out, would I still be getting beaten half to death in the mines? The room went quiet for a moment. I looked at him. He looked at me. Neither of us looked very good. Only then did I truly realize one thing. It wasn't just me who couldn't get out. This place had really trapped the players here. Zhang Wei cursed for a while before finally calming down a little. Brother, what's your name? I stared at him and didn't answer right away. You don't know my name? He looked baffled. Why would I know? My heart sank again. He couldn't see my panel, which meant not every player was the same as me. I pushed that thought down and asked directly, when you mine, do you feel anything strange? The moment he heard that, he exploded. Of course something's wrong. That shitty rock is hard as iron. I can barely mine it at all. That half liang nearly cost me my life to scrape together. And the more I mine, the more exhausted I get. My arms feel like they're breaking. How the hell do the people here put up with this? After hearing him out, I understood completely. Experience points, the panel, leveling up. Those things most likely existed only for me. At the very least, Zhang Wei didn't have them. And what did that mean? It meant that compared to the other players, I had one real trump card that could turn everything around. I didn't say it out loud. I just looked at him and asked, do you want to live? He froze, then nodded quickly. No shit, of course I do. Then listen to me. My tone turned hard. Stop thinking about getting out for now. First, survive. This place is too strange. We only have one life, and none of us can afford to gamble with it. His face turned pale, but he still nodded. Then how do I survive? I can't even mine 1 liang of fire crystal, or I'll take you with me. I made it plain. I can help you make up the 1 liang a day, enough for you to get those 10 when minimum. But the part that belongs to me, you don't touch a single coin of it. Zhang Wei's eyes instantly lit up. Okay, of course. Brother Yang, whatever you say goes. As long as I stay alive. Only then did I give him my name. Yang Ling. Got it, Brother Yang. I'll remember. From that day on, he followed me. We mined during the day and returned to the shack at night. While I helped him get familiar with the mine vein, I kept observing him. After several days, I became more and more certain that the kid was truly useless. Without experience points to support him, he had to stop and rest after only a few swings, then mine again after that, exhausted like a dog. His attributes never changed either. I was different. With every extra swing of my pickaxe, that thread of icy coolness inside my body grew stronger. I knew I was still progressing. The moment 5 shurchen were up, Zhang Wei collapsed on the ground, gasping as if he were about to die. Brother Yang, your stamina is insane. What did you even do in real life? Without even lifting my head, I kept smashing ore. Construction. He looked enlightened. No wonder. If I'd known, I would have gone to haul bricks outside too. I ignored him because I was calculating the timing. These past few days, I had deliberately stopped work on time, and Brother Wu had already eased up on watching me. There were so many miners on site now that as long as he wasn't specifically staring at me, he wouldn't catch me secretly working overtime. So when most people had already dispersed, I was still mining. Zhang Wei just stared. Brother Yang, you're still not leaving? Mine a little more, live a little more. I gave him that answer. In a place like this, if you don't have money in your hands, you're nothing. He gritted his teeth and kept going too. After who knew how long, that familiar sound finally rang in my ear once again. Ding! My movement stopped. My heart gave a violent leap. There it was. Name, Yang Ling. Class, Minor. Level 4. Free attribute points, 1. Strength, 6. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. HP, 60. I didn't even think. I immediately added the point to strength. The next second, that surge of heat exploded through me again, traveling all the way up my bones. The exhaustion of an entire day seemed to be ripped away in an instant. My whole body felt almost weightless. I checked the panel again. Strength, 7. HP, 70. I lowered my head and slowly clenched my fist. Now, I was the same as Brother Wu, and my agility was higher than his. If we really fought one-on-one, I might not lose. The corners of my mouth slowly curled upward. Soon. Just give me a little more time. A few more levels, and the first person I'll beat the hell out of will be him. Just as I was thinking that, the pickaxe in my hands suddenly went crack. I looked down. Ordinary pickaxe, durability, 0. Broken. And yet instead of feeling distressed, I smiled. Because I had finally saved enough money to replace it with something better. I called for Zhang Wei and headed toward the exit. Along the way, a few other miners who had secretly worked overtime also crept out from the shadows, all with their faces covered, afraid of being spotted by Brother Wu's gang. When we arrived at the turn-in point, Overseer Nyo glanced at me and weighed my pouch. Oh, 3 liang. This time, he was genuinely a little surprised. Not bad, kid. As he said that, he directly handed me 31. I clenched the money in my hand and lowered my voice to ask one question. Overseer Nyo, may I ask something? Go on. Some people in the mine stop others from mining more. On the overseer's side, you don't interfere? He lifted his eyes to me as though he had understood something, then smiled faintly. Why should we interfere? Whether you people want to mine or not, as long as each of you hands me 1 liang a day, my duty is done. If you turn in more, it does me no good. Why would I offend old Wu over something like that? My eyes shifted slightly. Then he added, you're new, so you don't understand. Old Wu's elder sister is Supervisor Wu's concubine. After hearing that, the flame in my heart burned even steadier. So he wasn't just some mine bully. He had backing. Fine. I cupped my hands and lowered my head. Thank you for the reminder, Overseer Nyo. That was what I said aloud. But in my heart, I had already carved the dead in stone. Old Wu, Supervisor Wu. No need to rush either one. I was still weak now, and I admitted that. But if I could level up, if I could assign points, if I could become stronger little by little, then every person in this broken mine who stood above me, sooner or later, I would trample them back in turn. Not to vent my pride, but to live. And even more so, for the day I could tear open this mine, tear through this damned place, and find a way out. I walked back carrying my copper coins, and Zhang Wei followed behind me, asking quietly, Brother Yang, what do we do next? Without turning around, I slung the broken pickaxe over my shoulder. First, change pickaxes. Then keep grinding. And after that, I paused, then smiled. When I'm strong enough, Brother Wu will be the first one I carve open. I kept walking back, with Zhang Wei beside me, his face stretched long. He held it in for a while, but in the end he couldn't stop himself. Brother Yang, why were you so polite to Overseer Nyo? The other day, he almost had me beaten to death. I turned my head and glanced at him, then smiled. You really think he wanted to beat you to death? Zhang Wei froze. Didn't he? No. I weighed the copper coins in my hand, my tone calm. He was establishing the rules. It was your first day? You didn't mine enough, and you still talked back. If he didn't beat the hell out of you, the people below would only think you were easy to bully, and the guards would hit even harder. The reason you were left with one breath that day wasn't luck. It was because he held back. Zhang Wei opened his mouth, clearly unconvinced. What bullshit. He muttered it under his breath, but I still heard him. I couldn't be bothered to argue, so I only replied with one sentence. If you don't understand, then shut up first. In a place like this, it's not as simple as the fiercer-looking person being the bad one, or the one who uses force wanting to kill you. I didn't say the more important part. This whole time, I had been observing Overseer Nyo. That man's face was cold, but his heart might not be black. At the very least, he tacitly allowed overtime miners to exchange or for copper coins at night. At the very least, just now, he had given me a piece of information that could save my life. Old Wu's elder sister was Supervisor Wu's concubine. That information was valuable. So I was polite to him not because I was spineless, but because I knew which road to take. Zhang Wei snorted, but in the end, he didn't dare argue again. Early the next morning, I didn't go into the mine. I went straight to the blacksmith shop in the southwest corner of the village. Before I even stepped through the door, the clanging sounds from inside were already crashing into my ears. Sparks flew everywhere, and waves of heat hit my face. Blacksmith Wang was bare-chested, his whole body covered in hard muscle, swinging a hammer as if he were smashing people rather than metal. He didn't even raise his head. What are you buying? I cupped my hands. Blacksmith Wang, I want to buy a refined iron pickaxe. He pointed toward the wall. Only 3 left. 200 won each. Pick one yourself. I walked over and, at first glance, instinctively swept my gaze over the row of weapons beside them. Short blades, iron rods, things the mine guards were equipped with. I subconsciously looked at their attributes. Refined iron short blade, agility +1, attack power 5. Price, 1 tael of silver. Refined iron rod, strength +1, attack power 8. Price, 1 tael of silver. Only after that did I look at the pickaxes. Refined iron pickaxe, strength +2, attack power 1. Price, 201. My heart instantly heated up. A held item that added 2 strength? That meant I could stack myself up to 9 strength right now. Faster mining, faster leveling, and if I really had to fight, I'd have more confidence too. I reached out to grab it, but the corner of my eye suddenly caught the other 2. They looked almost exactly the same, but the attributes were different. Refined steel pickaxe, strength +3, attack power 8. My hand froze on the spot. Only one sentence remained in my mind. Holy shit, that thing wasn't just a pickaxe. It was a weapon. And not just a weapon. It could mine, beat people, and also grant an extra 3 strength. Without changing my expression, I picked up all 3 pickaxes one by one and inspected them, pretending to be some clueless bumpkin who had never seen the world. Blacksmith Wang indeed grew impatient. What are you staring at? They're all about the same. Take one and get out. All about the same? I almost laughed. Fine. Then I won't be polite about it. I picked up the refined steel pickaxe and turned to him. I'll take this one. 201. Leave the money and fuck off. Sure thing. I counted out 201 on the spot, put the pickaxe at my waist, and turned to leave. Only after I had walked far away from the blacksmith shop did I dare let out a slow breath. My heartbeat was racing as if I had just finished a brutal fight. I had found a bargain. A real bargain. If this ended up in a player's hands, selling it for 2 taels of silver wouldn't be unreasonable. Too bad I wasn't selling. I needed it more myself. But before I had even fully caught my breath, several figures stepped forward and blocked the road ahead. My footsteps stopped, and the smile on my face vanished at once. Old Wu. He stood in the middle of the road with several men behind him, grinning in a way that begged to be punched. Brother Wu. I cupped my hands first, my voice as polite as ever. Do you need something? Of course. He slowly took 2 steps forward, his eyes hooking into my face like claws. I heard that these past few days you've been secretly working overtime and mining quite a lot of fire crystal ore. My heart sank. Something was wrong. I had hidden this carefully. How did he know? My gaze swept behind him, and the next second I saw Zhang Wei shrinking within the crowd. His face was bruised and swollen. His eyes darted around. The instant he saw me, he quickly lowered his head. I understood everything at once. Zhang Wei. My voice wasn't loud, but the fire inside me had already surged upward. Old Wu laughed. Don't worry about how I found out. You just need to know that you didn't take my words seriously. Then he turned and shouted loudly to the surrounding miners. Tell me, everyone, isn't it wrong for this brat to work several extra shirtchen every day? Someone immediately responded. Of course it's wrong. What? He's the only hardworking one. Makes the rest of us look lazy. If the people above really set new rules one day and make us hand in 2 liang a day, who's going to take responsibility? If he mines 1 liang extra, then one day we might all get cut another liang. What kind of intentions does he have? The voices rose one after another in waves. Standing in the middle of it all, I understood. Old Wu wasn't just here to rob me. He was using me to establish his authority. He was dragging out everyone's fear and pinning it onto my head. Your lives are miserable, so don't blame the overseers, don't blame the rules. Blame the one trying to secretly climb upward. Damn, he was practiced at this. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Old Wu bared his teeth in a grin. Young Ling, I already gave you face last time. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. The moment he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold. Break one of his arms. My mind buzzed. Break my arm? This wasn't a warning. He wanted to destroy my livelihood. The only reason I could level up, the only reason I could turn things around, was because of these hands, because I could mine. He didn't just want to suppress me. He wanted to cripple me completely. At that instant, the fire inside me exploded all the way. 2 miners lunged toward me. Without even thinking, I charged first and drove a vicious kick straight into the stomach of the one in front. Bang! He folded like a shrimp on the spot, flew backward a good distance, and hit the ground, unable to get back up for a long while. Before the second one could even finish changing expression, my fist had already arrived. One punch to the face. He let out a muffled grunt and toppled over on the spot. The whole scene went silent. Even the people who had been jeering a moment ago fell mute. I could feel it myself. This kick and this punch were far more brutal than before. 7 points of strength, plus the 3 from the refined steel pickaxe. My strength was now 10. This was no longer the strength of an ordinary miner. I straightened my body and rolled my wrist once, with only a single thought in my mind. So this is what 10 strength feels like. It felt fucking amazing. Old Wu's face had changed too. That look of easy dominance from earlier was gone. In its place was a dark, wary caution. I stared at him and threw the words directly at him. Brother Wu, I mine my ore, you live your life. We were supposed to stay out of each other's way. But if anyone wants to cut off my path to survival, I stepped forward, my voice dropping very low. Then I'll beat the hell out of him. This wasn't a threat. It was the truth. At this point, there was no retreat for me anymore. If I couldn't intimidate him here and now, then forget overtime. I'd be watched to death even during regular mining. Old Wu's face turned frighteningly dark as he slowly rolled up his sleeves. You're dead today. My right hand dropped and gripped the handle of the refined steel pickaxe at my waist. The moment I grabbed it, strength flooded my entire body again like a rising tide. My shoulders and back tightened, my arms swelled with power, and even my breathing felt stronger. If we really fought, I might not fear him. But just then, a cold voice cut in. What are you all doing? The whole area froze instantly. A second ago, Old Wu still looked vicious. The moment he turned around, his whole body shrank. Like a quail, the crowd automatically parted to form a path. Supervisor Wu had arrived. He walked over slowly with several guards. His face showed little expression, but the oppressive force around him was on an entirely different level from Old Wu. I instinctively swept a glance at him. Name, Wu Kei. Class, martial artist. Strength, 12. Agility, 8. Spirit, 3. Martial arts, black tiger fist, proficient. My pupils contracted. A martial artist. This was the first time since entering Divine Realm that I had seen someone with an actual martial arts line on the panel. And it wasn't decoration. Black tiger fist. That was the key. His strength was only 2 points higher than mine right now, but what made him truly dangerous was obviously not brute force alone. It was martial arts. It was another road to becoming stronger, one that existed outside the system. Every thought in my mind came alive at once. Supervisor Wu looked at Old Wu first. Old Wu nearly called him by the wrong title before forcing himself to change it. As Supervisor Wu. Supervisor Wu gave a faint acknowledgement, ignored him, and turned his gaze to me. Your name is Yongling? Yes. I heard you really like mining. I barely paused at all. I cupped my hands and answered immediately. Supervisor Wu, I was born to be a miner. I even dream about mining. The moment those words came out, the whole place went dead silent. The surrounding miners looked at me as though I were insane. Some people's faces visibly twisted, obviously nauseated by that shameless bit of flattery. Old Wu looked even worse, as if he were about to grind his teeth into dust. But I didn't care. How much was pride worth? Could it buy me life? Could it buy me backing? No. Then what was shameful about saying a few nice words? And in the very next second, Supervisor Wu actually laughed. Not a sneer. A genuine laugh. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. He looked at me, and for the first time there was a trace of interest in his eyes. I've watched this fire crystal mine for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen someone like you. He patted my shoulder. Then go mine Yura properly. If anyone gives you trouble in the future, come to me. The moment those words fell, everyone around us changed expression. I could even feel those gazes heating up at once. Jealousy, sourness, resentment, but even more than that, envy. Because everyone could tell what that sentence meant. It wasn't just protection. He had taken me under his wing. Old Wu looked the ugliest of all, as if he had swallowed shit. But Supervisor Wu still wasn't finished. In 1 month, people from above will come to inspect several mine veins. At that time, each mine will send out miners to compete and compare their mining skills. He looked at me, speaking as casually as if he were deciding what to eat today. Our side will send you. My heart gave a violent leap. People from above. Several mine veins. A mining competition. It sounded absurd, but to me, this wasn't a contest. It was an opportunity. An opportunity to climb upward. An opportunity to meet people at a higher level. Maybe even an opportunity to touch the threshold of martial arts. Before I could speak, Old Wu had already panicked. Supervisor Wu, how can something like this be given to him? He's been here less than a month. Shut up. Supervisor Wu only gave him one look. Old Wu's face went pale on the spot, and he didn't dare make another sound. Supervisor Wu turned his gaze back to me. Work hard. After saying that, he turned and left. Old Wu hurried after him, not even daring to raise his head. Once everyone saw there was no more show to watch, they gradually dispersed. Only then did Zhang Wei dare come closer. He forced a smile onto his face, one uglier than crying. Brother Yang, that was really dangerous just now. Good thing Supervisor Wu arrived in time. You weren't hurt, were you? I looked at him and smiled too. Zhang Wei, do you take me for a fool? His expression froze instantly. Brother Yang, they hit hard, and you couldn't take it, so you sold me out. Right. His face twisted bitterly as he explained in a small voice. I couldn't help it either. They forced me. I really couldn't endure it. Fine. I nodded and cut him off. For the sake of us both being players, I won't settle this score with you today. But from now on, don't follow me anymore. Mind your own fire crystal or live or die by yourself. After saying that, I turned and walked away. There was silence behind me for 2 seconds. Then I heard him grit his teeth and force out one sentence through them. What are you so proud of? I didn't turn around. Looking at a person like that one extra time was a waste of time. What mattered more right now was testing just how fierce this refined steel pickaxe really was. Once I entered the mine vein, I quickly found a patch of unmined fire crystal ore. I gripped the handle of the pickaxe. Strength +3. Total strength, 10. I stared at the fire crystal ore in front of me and grinned. Let's see whether you're really worth those 201. The next second, I swung the pickaxe down. Bang! A dull impact rang out. A whole chunk of fire crystal ore was blasted straight off. Even I froze for a second. Before, for a hard stone like this, it would take at least 3 to 5 strikes. Now one swing was enough to crack it open. I lowered my eyes to the pickaxe, then to the ore chunk on the ground, and the breath in my chest swelled instantly. This wasn't a small improvement. This was a qualitative change. Nice. Very nice. Without another word, I kept striking. 1 chunk. 2 chunks. 3 chunks. The moment I finished this section, I immediately moved to the next one. My feet didn't stop, my hands didn't stop, and neither did my mind. I kept calculating nonstop. 5 shurchen later, my cloth pouch was so heavy it dragged at my waist. About 1 gene of fire crystal ore. I weighed it in my hand, and even my breathing sped up a little. 1 gene, 101. 2 gene, 201. 1,000 when equals 1 tael of silver. With 5 taels of silver, I can buy official status. I raised my eyes toward the miners in the distance who were still buried in their work, and the light in my heart grew brighter and brighter. Official status. Those 4 words had long been carved into my mind. When I was first captured and brought here, it was exactly because I had no status that I was treated as a drifter and thrown into the mine. In a place like this, drifters had the cheapest lives. They could be beaten, robbed, cheated, and nobody cared. But having official status was different. People like Uncle Wong and Zhao Ho, local natives of Qingshan City, even Old Wu, didn't dare touch them casually. So my goal right now was very clear. First, level up and assign points. Second, save money to buy status. In the end, both of those things boiled down to two words: mining. And this refined steel pickaxe had directly increased my efficiency by nearly 10 times. As I continued searching for ore, I calculated rapidly in my mind. At this speed, after a few more rounds, it won't even take a month for me to buy status. Once I have status, I'll go touch martial arts. That's the real threshold of divine realm. At that thought, my footsteps suddenly stopped, because not far ahead was the mine tunnel zone. A row of pitch-black cave mouths gaped open like jaws waiting for people to walk in and die. I stared at them for a few seconds, tempted. The fire crystal ore on the open surface was becoming harder and harder to find, and running around actually wasted a lot of time. But inside the tunnels it was different. I had heard that sometimes you could mine out large chunks of fire crystal ore there. If you hit one good haul, it could equal several days' worth outside. But very quickly, I crushed that thought back down. Don't get cocky. Uncle Wong had warned me long ago that the mine tunnels had 3 deadly traps. First, the paths were chaotic and easy to get lost in. Once you broke a leg from a fall or got caught in a collapse, you were basically waiting to die. Second, those who didn't dare make a move outside loved to ambush people inside the tunnels. Third, mine bugs. Rare in number, but a single bite might be enough to kill. Especially that third one. I still hadn't seen one. But precisely because I hadn't seen one, I couldn't afford to gamble. I tightened my grip on the pickaxe handle and forced myself to look away. Wait a little longer. At least until my strength reaches 15. You need thicker life before you're qualified to go in there. Just as I was about to turn around and continue looking for surface ore, someone behind me suddenly spoke. Thinking of entering the mine tunnels? I spun around sharply, and the refined steel pickaxe almost flew up in my hands. The person who came was a wiry, middle-aged man. Zhao Ho. I recognized him. Uncle Wong had mentioned him before, said he was capable and had official status, not a drifter. I casually swept a glance over him. Name, Zhao Ho. Class, minor. Strength, 7. Agility, 8. Spirit, 2. My eyes shifted slightly. 8 agility. Higher than mine. This man was not simple. I suppressed my hostility first and cupped my hands. Uncle Zhao, do you need something? He smiled. You know me? Uncle Wong mentioned you. Oh. He nodded, his gaze dropping onto my bulging cloth pouch. You've been mining more and more smoothly these past few days. The surface vein can't quite feed you anymore, can it? My heart tightened, but I immediately denied it aloud. No, I was just looking around. Don't pretend. He smiled steadily, completely unhurried. You're a drifter. You want to save enough money to buy official status. If you keep mining the surface vein, you'll only be able to grind it out slowly. But the tunnels are different. One good haul can be worth several days. I didn't respond. He didn't waste time circling around either. He threw the condition out directly. I have a tunnel map. An antidote medicine. If you dare go in, I'll sell them to you. I froze for a moment. A tunnel map? That's right. He looked at me as though he had long expected I would be tempted. I've marked which paths are passable, which places have collapsed before, where mine bugs have appeared, and where large chunks of fire crystal or were dug out. If you charge in blindly by yourself, there's a 90% chance you'll die. But if you go in holding the map, then it's not suicide, it's making money. I stared at him, my mind turning rapidly. There was no way this man had suddenly come to me out of goodwill. But what he was offering had indeed struck exactly where I was vulnerable. I suppressed my emotions and deliberately asked in a blunt tone, how do I know your map isn't just something you scribbled randomly? If you trick me once, I'm dead. Zhao Ho didn't panic at all. He even smiled. You can ask Old Wong. You can also ask Overseer Nyo. I can't make this deal without his approval. Come find me in the village at noon tomorrow. If you're really interested, we'll talk again. After saying that, he left. Clean and decisive. I stood where I was, watching his back, and my heart was already moved. Not because I trusted him, but because I needed this road. That night, when I turned in, or the moment Overseer Nyo opened my pouch, even his expression changed. "Oh, Jin." He looked up at me. "You've been pretty fierce lately, kid." I gave him an honest-looking grin. "I got lucky today. Ran into a big chunk." He glanced at me several times, looking a little suspicious. "Your strength has grown quite a bit compared to when you first got here." My chest tightened slightly, but my face didn't change. I wasn't eating enough before, so I was weak. Now I get food every day, so I've recovered a bit. He gave an acknowledging sound and counted out 201 for me. Just as I tucked the money away, I casually asked, "Overseer Nyo, Zhao says he has a tunnel map. Is that reliable?" Overseer Nyo didn't even lift his head. "He told you." "He did. That map is 80% trustworthy." He said it casually. "The other 20%, there may be gaps. Places like the tunnels are changing every day." I immediately cupped my hands. "Thank you, Overseer Nyo." With that sentence from him, I was basically reassured. At that moment, Zhang Wei also walked over and set his cloth pouch onto the table. Overseer Nyo took one look and smiled. "1 Liang. Not bad. Looks like you've finally found at least a bit of a way to stay alive." Zhang Wei took the 10-1, his face stiff as stone, didn't say a word of thanks, and turned to leave. I casually glanced at his panel. Name, Zhang Wei. Class, minor. Level 2. Strength, 3. Agility, 2. Spirit, 1. HP, 30. My eyes flashed. He leveled up, and his strength had gone from 2 to 3. Now that was interesting. He clearly couldn't see the panel, and he couldn't sense experience points either. Yet he had still leveled up. That meant players could all grow. He just didn't know he was growing. Or rather, only I could see it and assign points actively. That difference was enormous. I stared at Zhang Wei's limping back, my mind growing calmer and colder. Don't rush to conclusions yet. Keep observing. This was too important to rely on guesswork. Overseer Nyo suddenly glanced at me, smiling with half his mouth. "You once saved him, didn't you? And now it's ended up like this." I smiled too. "We weren't close to begin with." Overseer Nyo nodded and tossed out one sentence. "In a place like this, working alone often lets you live longer than working with two." That sentence stayed in my head all the way back to my shack. Not a sentiment. As a warning. When two people are together, once there's more money, more ore, and more familiarity with the roads, what arises most easily is not brotherhood. It is malicious intent. Once I got back, I threw myself onto the bed and went straight to sleep. At noon the next day, I asked Uncle Wang where Zhao lived, then went directly to his door. Zhao seemed to have known I would come. The moment he saw me enter, he smiled. "You came?" "I came." "Sit." He pulled out a map from his robe and slowly spread it on the table. The moment my eyes landed on it, a system prompt appeared. Fire Crystal Mine Tunnel Maps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My heart immediately settled. The system recognized it. Then this thing wasn't some random fabrication. Zhao tapped the map with his finger. "All 5 tunnels have value. I've marked which paths are passable, which ones have collapsed before, where mine bugs have appeared, and where large chunks of fire crystal or were dug out. But let me make this ugly part clear first. I haven't gone in for the past 2 months. If the inside has changed, that doesn't count as me cheating you." After saying that, he drew the map back slightly and smiled at me. 201. I didn't rush to pay. I first pretended to inspect it a few more times. "Uncle Zhao, no matter how long I look, I won't remember it. You seem pretty relaxed. If you really could remember it with one glance, then I'd accept my loss." He smiled back. I didn't waste any more words. I directly counted out 201 and handed it over. Only after he took the money did he pass the map to me. The next second, a system prompt jumped out. "Loading tunnel map." My heart stirred, but my face remained calm. A few seconds later, I pulled up my panel, and sure enough, there was now a map tab. When I opened it, the complete diagrams of all 5 tunnels were inside. I almost laughed on the spot. Profited. The map had entered the system. So next, my eyes shifted, and I deliberately changed my expression. "Uncle Zhao, I'm suddenly having second thoughts." His brows furrowed. "What do you mean?" "The moment I think about collapses, mine bugs, and ambushes in the tunnels, my heart starts trembling. Even if I have this map, I'm afraid I still won't dare go in. How about a refund?" Zhao stared at me, and his eyes instantly grew guarded. "A refund? Yes. Selling it back to you would be fine too." You're dreaming pretty beautifully. He gave a cold laugh. This item is non-refundable once it leaves the door. Since you haven't gone far yet, I can refund you 101 at most. Can it be a little more? No. Those are the rules. I put on an expression of pained reluctance, haggled half-heartedly for a few more lines, and only then nodded as if forced. Fine. 100 it is. He immediately took the map back, threw me 101, and waved me off. Take the money and leave. Don't delay my business. I turned and walked out. Only after I had gone all the way out of that alley did the smile at my lips finally stop being containable. Worth it. So worth it. 101 for a free system map. I still had 151 left on me. Enough to buy a few more things. Antidotes. I needed to stock those. Gold trauma medicine. I needed that too. I might not enter the tunnels immediately, but anything that needed preparation had to be prepared in advance. With that thought, I lifted my foot and headed straight for the village pharmacy. That pharmacy belonged to Supervisor Wu. Several people were standing outside the pharmacy. As I approached, I heard them speaking in hushed voices. I told you not to enter Divine Realm, but none of you listened. Happy now? We're probably just like that earlier batch of unlucky bastards, never getting back. Forget that for now. Think about how we're going to stay alive first. The news said more than 30,000 people have mysteriously disappeared in the country. They're probably all like us, dragged in here. I don't want this. I don't want to be listed as missing. I miss my parents. By the end, that girl had started crying outright. My steps slowed at once. It felt as if someone had punched me hard in the chest. Missing. More than 30,000 people. Which meant it wasn't just our consciousness that had come in. It was us, our bodies included. Before, I had thought this body was just Divine Realm's character model being too realistic. But now that looked like bullshit. This was my real body. A chill instantly spread down my back. If you died here, then outside, you were really missing. Really dead. Not logging out of a game. Just dead. I stood there, my breathing growing heavier. 30,000. What about abroad? How many players in total have been dragged into this damned place? I didn't dare keep thinking. If people were dying in huge numbers, then outside, things would absolutely be in chaos. The three over there were still talking quietly. A pretty handsome man was softly comforting the crying girl. Meng Meng, don't be afraid. The country will definitely do something. They won't just ignore this. The ordinary-looking man beside him kept glancing around nervously, clearly more panicked than the other two. I casually swept a glance over them. Their stats were predictably ordinary. Strength 2 or 3, Agility 2 or 3, Spirit 1 or 2. About the same as Zhang Wei. A thought stirred slightly in my heart. Counting Zhang Wei, I had now seen 4 players. All of these people had very low spirit. And yet I had 10. Then this spirit stat was definitely not decoration. Most likely, it was the key to why I could see the panel, sense experience, and even assign points actively. As I was thinking that, the guy who had been looking around nervously suddenly walked over to me. His expression was a little ingratiating, a little awkward. Teach this brother here, could you lend me some money? The way he spoke was obviously him trying to imitate the local tone, and it was stiff as hell. I looked at him and almost laughed. This kid still thought NPCs were stupid. Who are you that I should lend you money? His face turned red, and he hurried to reply. My name is Chen Su. He's Lin Guoyang. That's his girlfriend, Wu Meng. We were minors too. We've been hungry all day and wanted to buy a few buns to tide us over. As he spoke, he even cupped his hands at me, and the movement looked indescribably awkward. The other two looked over too. Lin Guoyang muttered in a low voice. Would an NPC really lend us money? I turned my head directly toward him. What NPC? The moment those words came out, Chen Su's face went pale, and he immediately turned around to glare viciously at Lin Guoyang. Didn't I tell you not to talk nonsense? Then he instantly put on an apologetic smile toward me. Please don't take offense, brother. My friend isn't very bright. He has no restraint in his speech. I stared at them for 2 seconds and already had a red on them. These three had only come in not long ago. Panicked, hungry, stupid, but not bad. At least, there was no sign of badness in them yet. I pulled 3 copper coins out from my clothes and handed them to Chen Su. Buns are 1 won each. Go buy 3 to hold yourselves over first. He froze. Why you're really lending them? I'm just lending you enough for 1 meal. Why are you wasting so many words? I stuffed the copper coins into his hand and, at the same time, made things clear. Since you were thrown into the mine vein, that means you're drifters now. Drifters aren't worth much here. If you want to live, then first you have to mine. After eating, go find Overseer Nyo to collect pickaxes, then enter the mine. Don't play dumb, don't talk tough, and don't speak carelessly. Keep yourselves alive first, then think about everything else. After saying that, I stopped looking at them and went straight into the pharmacy. Discussion in lowered voices came from behind me. He really lent us money? Could he also be a player like us? Probably not. He didn't understand what NPC meant, so he should be a native. Then why did he help us? Who knows? Anyway, first we survive. I heard them, but didn't turn around. Let them guess however they wanted. As long as they didn't guess the truth about me. Inside the pharmacy, the shop assistant had been dozing behind the counter. When he saw me enter, he only lifted his eyelids. What medicine are you buying? 10 bottles of gold trauma medicine. He froze. 10 bottles? You're not a guard. So what do you need that many for? Because I'm afraid of dying. My answer was direct. Who in this place isn't? He choked on that a little and muttered as he went to fetch the medicine. Soon, 10 little porcelain bottles were set before me. Gold trauma medicine, defective restores 10 HP. That'll be 51. While counting the money, I casually asked another question. Do you have medicine for mind bug poison? The shop assistant paused and looked up at me. Mind bugs? Did someone outside run into one? Just heard about it. My tone was casual. I'd rather prepare for it in advance. Life is worth more than money. He thought for a moment, then turned and rummaged out another porcelain bottle. Antidote pills. Supervisor Wu specifically had these stocked here for sale. If you get bitten by a mind bug, they can neutralize part of the poison, but not all poisons can be cured. One bottle, 51. Want it? I glanced at its attributes. Antidote pills X5. Yes. Once I paid, my body felt a lot lighter again. But my pouch now held 10 bottles of gold trauma medicine and 1 bottle of antidote pills. Usually these things looked expensive, but when trouble really struck, they were a second life. The moment I stepped out of the pharmacy, my mind was already calculating the next step. Rations. I still had to replenish dry rations. Now that my strength had increased, my appetite had grown too. Before, a few flatbreads a day had been enough to muddle through. Now they weren't. Especially if I was going into the tunnels. If I couldn't come out for a while, I had to bring enough food. I went to the dry goods shop and poured almost all of my remaining copper coins into it, exchanging them for a pile of hard, dry flatbreads. They tasted awful, but they kept well, and they filled the stomach. As I stuffed the flatbreads into my cloth pouch, I calculated time in my heart. Supervisor Wu gave me 1 month. For this 1 month, I don't need to come out every day. Once every 4 or 5 days, or even longer, would be fine. As long as I keep grinding inside the tunnels, my attribute points can keep climbing. After thinking it through, I headed straight toward the mine vein. Meanwhile, Chen Su and the others had finally finished eating their buns. I didn't see it up close, but later I still swept a glance at them from afar. The 3 of them all looked as if they had narrowly escaped death. That meal had clearly dragged them back from the edge of starving. Lin Guoyang wiped his mouth and said, "These buns are actually pretty good." Chen Su frowned. "Don't just focus on eating. Next we have to go mine." Lin Guoyang's eyes suddenly lit up. "Say, doesn't that guy from earlier seem like one of those NPCs who gives quests? He told us drifters have to earn money to buy status. That might be the beginner quest." Wu Ming's eyes were still red as she asked softly, "Then do we have to find him again later?" Chen Su nodded, then shook his head. "If we can find him, great. If not, we still have to survive first. Let's enter the mine and see what it's like. At least get through today." I watched the 3 of them and didn't interfere. That was how newcomers were. First, they had to beat the idea of "this is a game" out of their heads before they had any chance of living longer. I entered the mine vein and, as usual, first found a secluded corner to work hard. One swing after another. The cool experience seeped into my body, and by now I was getting more and more used to that feeling. It was truly exhausting, but every strike gave a reward. That sense of solidity, other people didn't have it. Only I knew how valuable it was. While mining, I quietly observed my surroundings. It still wasn't the time to go into the tunnels directly. I needed to wait for people to disperse. Wait until no one was paying attention, then slip in quietly. During the day, I changed mining spots several times, and halfway through I saw Zhang Wei. Today, That kid was working especially hard, his face full of excitement, as if he had finally realized he could endure more than a few days ago. Looks like he had noticed his body was getting stronger. He just didn't know why. Then I caught sight of Chen Su, Lin Guoyang, and Wu Meng. The three of them were gathered around one piece of fire crystal, or beating the hell out of it together. After all that work, though, they had only scraped off a thin layer of powder. I shook my head at the sight. If those three are smart enough, they can pool together and hand in one liang. Staying alive won't be hard. This place is harsh, and it's truly exhausting. But as far as beginner environments go, it's actually pretty friendly. At least here, as long as you honestly mine, no one forces you to die immediately. Of course, the premise was that you didn't act like Zhang Wei, weak and mouthy. I kept mining, and my mind wasn't idle either. Now I was becoming more and more certain of one thing. Other people couldn't see the panel. At least none of the players I had encountered so far could. Zhang Wei couldn't. The three in front of me probably couldn't either. If they could see it, they should already have noticed something wrong with my stats. But they showed no reaction at all. That meant this ability was most likely unique to me. At that thought, a little heat rose in my chest. In a game, if others don't have something but you do, that's called a trump card. That's called an exploit. And the people who grasp the exploit are often the first ones to rise violently. The sky slowly darkened. The miners gradually dispersed. I seized the right moment and quietly moved toward tunnel number 1. This tunnel was the twistiest, deepest, and hardest to navigate. A normal person should not have chosen it. But for me, the more winding, the better. Winding meant concealment. It meant other people would have a harder time following. I swept my gaze left and right, made sure no one was paying attention, and immediately jogged inside. Once inside the tunnel, the light vanished at once. I lit a fire stick and followed the map deeper bit by bit. I wasn't the only one in the tunnel. Occasionally, in the distance, a few points of firelight swayed, meaning there were others. But everyone was tacitly cooperative. No talking, no approaching, no getting each other killed. I chose a side path and continued deeper. The map marked it very clearly. The deeper you went, the more likely you were to find large chunks of fire crystal ore. After walking for who knew how long and turning through several branching paths, I suddenly saw a faintly glowing object ahead. Fire crystal ore, and judging by the brightness, not a small amount. My heart heated up, and I immediately quickened my pace. At least 1 gene. If I mined that down, it would be worth 101. But after I got a few steps closer, my heart suddenly tightened. Something was wrong. Too quiet. Quiet in a way that wasn't normal. I stopped abruptly and listened carefully. The next second, every hair on my body stood on end. Breathing. Not just mine. Someone was hiding. Without even thinking, I immediately snuffed out the fire stick, gripped the refined steel pickaxe tightly, and retreated. Almost at the exact same time, a low shout exploded from the darkness. Fuck, he noticed. Get him. Whoosh. The sound of rushing air burst forth. Someone was lunging at me, and not just one. My scalp went numb. I swung the refined steel pickaxe with all my strength. Clang. A sharp sound rang out. Then someone screamed in the darkness. My blade broke. A blade? My heart sank. Fuck. Mine bandits. I had really run straight into them. I had heard long ago about these bastards who lay in wait for people in the tunnels. Usually, they were mysterious, and no one could catch them. And now, just great, they had collided headfirst into me. The next second, one of them had already rushed close. Too close. I could practically smell the sweat and blood on him. I had no time to think. My hands tightened, and I smashed the pickaxe hard toward the shadow in front of me. PFF. Almost at the same instant, a violent pain shot through my shoulder. Something had stabbed into it. A blade. It had really stabbed in. But my pickaxe had also gone into his skull. That sensation was something I would never forget for the rest of my life. Hard, brittle, and then suddenly sinking deep. The man froze all at once. My breathing stopped for half a beat. I killed someone. But before I could react, a fierce surge of icy coolness suddenly rushed into my body. Far stronger than when I usually mined. My whole body jolted. Experience points? Killing people gave experience too? The next second, the familiar prompt sound rang directly in my ear. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. My mind blanked. Then I immediately reacted. I leveled up. The experience I had accumulated from mining over this period, plus this huge chunk just now, had pushed me over the edge in one shot. Without hesitation, I immediately added the point to strength. Survive first, everything else later. My strength instantly rose another notch. Holding the refined steel pickaxe, my heart pounded wildly. The remaining mine bandits still hadn't figured out what had happened and were still lunging through the darkness. Then I wouldn't be polite anymore. I simply steeled my heart and stopped dodging altogether. In this pitch-black darkness, nobody could see anyone clearly. Then we just fight. Trade injury for injury. Whoever had more HP, whoever had more strength, would live. I swung the pickaxe viciously toward the sounds of wind, footsteps, and breathing. Once, twice, 3 times. In the darkness, muffled groans, screams, and the sounds of bodies hitting the ground all mixed together. When everything finally went quiet, I was drenched in sweat, my shoulder numb with pain, my hands trembling. And even more absurdly, 3 more huge surges of icy coolness rushed into my body. The amount of experience was terrifying. It was worth as much as 10 shurchen of brutally mining ore. I stood in the darkness, breathing hard, and slowly realized it. I had survived, but I knew it wasn't over yet. There was still one more person. The one who had been giving orders at the beginning was still alive. While holding my breath and listening for movement, I pulled up my panel. Name, Yongling. Class, Minor. Level 5. Strength, 11, plus 3. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. HP, 50/80ths. I glanced down at my shoulder, and a chill of delayed fear ran through me. Good thing I had thick HP. Otherwise, those few stabs just now would have been enough to send me on my way. I hurriedly pulled out gold trauma medicine and chugged down 3 bottles in one go. Recovering HP took time, but as long as I didn't die on the spot, I still had room to turn things around. At that moment, a lowered voice suddenly came from the darkness. Brother, I know you're still there. Take those few underlings of mine as an apology. That pile of fire crystal, or over there, 3 gene, all yours. Let me off, all right. The moment that voice came out, I froze for an instant, then almost laughed. It was too familiar. I deliberately lowered my own voice and called out slowly. Brother Wu. The man in the darkness instantly panicked. Who's Brother Wu? I don't know him. The corners of my mouth slowly lifted. Well, so it really was you. The killing intent inside me filled up all at once. I deliberately changed my tone again, imitating Zhang Wei's cowardly style as I spoke. Brother Wu, it's me, Zhang Wei. It was too dark just now. I didn't recognize you. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. Don't take revenge on me after we get out. Before I had even finished speaking, the man in the darkness was already cursing. You piece of trash? You fucking. He reacted quickly. Halfway through, he realized something was wrong and threw himself to the side. Too late. I had been waiting for that exact instant. The moment he moved, I thrust the pickaxe viciously toward the sound. PFF. That strike went in deep and hard, piercing straight through his back and pinning him brutally to the ground. Blood started bubbling out of his mouth, and his body twitched convulsively. Only then did I relight the fire stick and slowly walk over. In the firelight, it was indeed old Wu. When he raised his eyes and saw it was me, they bulged so wide they almost popped out. I crouched down, stared at him for 2 seconds, and smiled. So it really is you. His mouth twitched. First came shock. Then, all of a sudden, he started laughing in a twitchy, deranged way. Why, you'll be joining me down there soon too. After saying that, his head lolled to one side, and he died. I stared at his corpse without moving. The first thing that rose in my mind was not disgust at killing someone. It was his final sentence. I'd be joining him soon too. What did that mean? My first thought was Supervisor Wu. The one backing old Wu was Supervisor Wu. So those words were probably not random dying nonsense. He knew something. For example, about the mine competition. For example, about that so-called skill contest in 1 month. I stood there, and my face slowly darkened. Could that competition be more than just mining? Could people actually die? If that was true, then I had even less room to stop. Before that happened, I had to level up hard, save money hard, get my official status, and then find some way to touch the path of martial arts. But right then, I realized something else too. The earlier mine bandits had given me experience when they died, but Old Wu had not. I frowned. That was wrong. By all logic, Old Wu had the highest stats, so he should have given more experience. Why was there none? I lowered my head and thought for a few seconds. Soon, I had a guess. Maybe it wasn't simply killing people gives experience. Maybe certain conditions had to be met. For example, a true life and death struggle. When I had fought those earlier mind bandits, it had all been desperate, close-range combat, almost trading my life for theirs. But that final strike on Old Wu had been more like finishing him off. If that was the case, then it made sense. The system wasn't encouraging random slaughter. Otherwise, if stronger people started massacring villages and cities, this world would have descended into total chaos long ago. Once I understood that, I actually felt steadier. At least the rules were not completely out of control. First, I dragged away the corpses. Following the map, I found a remote corner, dug a pit hard and fast, buried them, covered the dirt, and tamped it down firmly. By the time I finished all of that, my clothes were soaked through. Only after confirming they would be very hard to discover in the short term did I finally straighten up and slowly let out a breath. Only then did the nausea rise belatedly. My hands were shaking, and my stomach was turning. Because I knew this wasn't some in-game kill. I had really, truly killed several people. But I leaned against the wall, closed my eyes, and stood there for a few minutes. When I opened them again, my emotions had already been forced down. If they didn't die, I would. I want to live. It's that simple. I stopped wasting time and immediately started looting the spoils. First, the 3 gene of fire crystal were used as bait, worth 301. Then I searched the bodies of those mind bandits, fire crystal or copper coins, assorted junk. Added together, it was another considerable sum. Very soon, I had counted it clearly. For gene of, or, worth about 401. Add the cash on them, and that was several hundred more. Put together, it was just enough to pass 1 tael of silver. I couldn't help laughing. Mining or brought money slowly. Killing mind bandits brought money damned fast. No wonder Old Wu's group dared do this kind of business. But the thing that delighted me most wasn't even that. It was Old Wu's money pouch. The moment I picked it up and weighed it, something felt wrong. Too light. Not like copper coins. I untied it and poured it out. A broken piece of silver rolled into my palm. My eyes lit up instantly. This piece was worth at least 2 taels. Well done, Old Wu. You were fatter than I thought. Calculated like that, the cash on me had instantly jumped to 3 taels. And with the money I could still exchange afterward, I wasn't far from the 5 taels needed for official status. I packed everything away, didn't rush out, and instead continued deeper into the tunnels. Since I had already risked entering, I couldn't return empty-handed. For the next stretch of road, I became even more careful. When I wasn't using the fire stick, I inched forward slowly in the dark. Every few steps, I stopped to listen. Fortunately, the system map was reliable. After winding around several passages, I finally found another patch of fire crystal ore. This time, there was no ambush. I crouched down and got to work immediately. Again and again. The cool experience kept entering my body, little by little pressing down the pain in my shoulder and the fatigue in my body. When I was hungry, I gnawed on flatbread. When I was thirsty, I drank water. When I was sleepy, I leaned against the rock wall and dozed for a while. I no longer remembered how many spots I had changed. I only knew that my cloth pouches were growing heavier and fuller. One filled up, then another, then another. By the time my 3rd pouch was full too, that familiar sound finally rang in my ear once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. My whole spirit surged. Level 6. This one trip into the tunnels had earned me 2 levels. Worth it. So worth it. As usual, I didn't hesitate and directly slammed the point into strength. When I opened the panel, name, Yongling. Class, minor. Level, 6. Strength, 12, plus 3. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. HP, 90/90ths. I stared at that string of numbers, my heart burning hot. Without counting the pickaxe bonus, my own base strength was already 9. Including the refined steel pickaxe, it was 12, equal to Supervisor Wu's visible strength. Of course, I knew very well that in a real fight, I might not be his match, because he had Black Tiger Fist. But purely from the paper stats, I was no longer afraid of him. How long had it even been? I lowered my head, looked at my own hands, and couldn't help smiling again. Soon, just keep at it a little longer, and the whole situation will really change. I even started wondering whether level 10 would unlock something new. In other games, level 10 often meant a class advancement, a threshold, a new path. Divine Realm might not be the same, but it was worth testing. So right now, there was no need to think about anything else. Just keep mining. Grind my way to level 10 first. Only when I realized my rations were nearly exhausted did I finally decide to retreat. On the way back, I deliberately didn't take the original route. I made a longer detour on purpose, just in case I ran into more filthy trouble. By the time I crawled out of the tunnel, it was already deep into the night outside. Only a few scattered figures remained in the mine vein. I looked down at the 3 bulging cloth pouches on me, and suddenly some doubt rose in my heart. More than 30 gene of fire crystal ore. Too conspicuous. Would Overseer Neo grow suspicious? It wasn't that I hadn't thought about hiding some of it first, but the problem was, at my current speed, I would only mine more and more in the future. Hide it today, hide it again tomorrow. Sooner or later, I wouldn't be able to hide it anymore. In that case, I might as well make a clean gamble. See what Overseer Neo's attitude really was. I walked all the way to the exit. One glance from the night guard was enough for him to turn and call Overseer Neo out. Overseer Neo came out yawning and swept his eyes over me. Young Ling, you've been in the tunnels for several days. I immediately lowered my head and answered half-truthfully. Overseer Neo, I ran into a rich vein inside, so I risked my life and kept digging. He raised a brow. How rich? I set the 3 cloth pouches onto the table. Bang, bang, bang. Overseer Neo's expression finally changed. He reached immediately for the scale. He weighed them for quite a while, and his expression grew stranger and stranger. 32 gene. Then he looked up at me and smiled. You didn't go become a mind bandit, did you? My heart tightened violently, but my face instantly put on a frightened look. Overseer Neo, how would I dare? He looked at me for 2 seconds, then suddenly waved a hand. Just scaring you. Since it's 32 gene, copper coins are inconvenient. I'll convert it to silver for you. As he spoke, his hand had already gone inside. But my mind turned rapidly, and I immediately added, Overseer Neo, isn't it 30 gene? His movement paused for a moment, and he looked up at me. That gaze was as though he had re-evaluated me from scratch. A few seconds later, he suddenly smiled and nodded. That's right. It's 30 gene. Then he took out a piece of silver, weighed it in his hand, and directly tossed it to me. The instant I caught it, the palm of my hand heated up. 3 tails. A full 3 tails. Plus old Wu's 2 tails. I now had 5 tails. The money for official status was complete. Suppressing my emotions, I put away the silver and cupped my hands properly. Thank you, Overseer Neo. Go on. He answered casually. I didn't linger and turned to leave. But after I had only gone a few steps, I still vaguely heard the guard behind me lower his voice. Overseer Neo, there's something strange about that kid. Overseer Neo replied blandly. He's a drifter. I know that. A while ago, Hongkuan City suffered a disaster and chaos broke out. The Yang family in the city was looted, then hit again by enemies afterward, and the whole family scattered. This kid most likely has something to do with that side. The guard drew in a breath. You mean he might be a disciple of the Yang family? Possible. Overseer Neo smiled. He might even have known martial arts to begin with. A martial artist? Like Supervisor Wu. Who knows? It never hurts to treat people kindly. My steps didn't stop, but my heart stirred violently. Well now, turns out he had patched together an origin story for me on his own. That actually made things more convenient. If I suddenly became stronger later, someone would already be there to explain it as coming from an extraordinary background. Carrying my 3 empty cloth pouches over my shoulder, I slowly walked back to my shack, and the corners of my mouth gradually curved upward. 5 tails in hand. Level 6. Strength 12. Now, at last, I had fought my way into at least a little bit of dignity in this damned place. Next, there were 2 things I needed to consider. First, when to go by official status. Second, how to go from miner to martial artist. I had only just gotten up. The moment I pushed open the door, I saw Zhang Wei hovering outside my shack. One look at him told me he had business. The moment he saw me come out, he hurried over, his face piled high with that awkward, ingratiating smile. Brother Yang. I swept a glance at him. If you've got something to say, say it. He rubbed his hands together and started with some useless nonsense. What happened before was my fault. For the sake of us both being players, forgive me, okay? I laughed immediately. If you've got shit to say, then say it. I don't have time to play brothers with you. His face stiffened visibly, but he still gritted his teeth and continued. Brother Yang, can we level up? I said nothing, only looked at him. It was as if he had finally seized some bit of confidence, because he started speaking faster. A few days ago, when I was mining, I suddenly felt a stream of warmth moving around inside my body. Then my strength got bigger. There's no way normal mining for a few days would cause that kind of effect. So I think players like us should be able to level up. After hearing him out, I nodded and smiled. Congratulations. You've finally discovered Divine Realm's secret. The moment he heard my tone, his face darkened immediately. You already knew, didn't you? So what if I did? You didn't tell me. I looked at him and almost laughed in anger. So I think I didn't really do anything wrong before. He grew more and more self-righteous as he spoke. You clearly knew people could level up, yet you deliberately hid it from me. So if I told others about your overtime mining, that wouldn't be too excessive either. I couldn't be bothered to listen anymore and waved a hand. Get lost. Don't fucking preach to me. Zhang Wei's face went red, then white, but he still wasn't willing to let it go. He forced himself to keep asking. For the sake of us both being players, at the very least you should share some information with me, right? For example, how long do you have to mine before leveling up? Is there an EXP bar? Besides strength, what else can increase? Where do you learn martial arts? Are there life professions? Where do you pick up quests? This time I genuinely laughed. Did water get into your brain? He froze. I took a step forward and stared at him. First, I have no reason to share anything with you. Second, don't give me that we're all players crap. When you sold me out, those 4 words weren't in your mouth. And third, I lowered my voice slightly. If you keep talking to me in that tone, I'll beat you to death. His face went pale in a flash. I kept staring at him, my tone not softening in the slightest. Here, you're a drifter. If you die, you die. No one's going to stand up for you. Don't try to morally blackmail me. It's useless. As for what you just asked, I smiled. I haven't figured it all out myself. The day you figure it out, come back and tell me. After saying that, I walked around him and left. There was no sound behind me for a long while. Only after I had gone some distance did I hear him squeezing words out through clenched teeth in a low voice. Young Ling, you didn't come in that much earlier than me. So what if you're a few levels higher? How much higher can you really be? I'll catch up to you sooner or later. You want to beat me to death, right? Then let's see who beats whom to death in the end. I didn't turn back. Words like that were meaningless. When people are weak, what they're best at is using their mouths to pump themselves up. Once he had eaten enough losses, he would naturally understand just how hard this place really was. I walked all the way into the mine vein, but the moment I arrived, I felt that something was off today. Very off. All the miners had been driven into one area, standing there obediently. Around them was a ring of mine guards, every one of them with cold eyes. Overseer Nyo stood beside Supervisor Wu, speaking to him in a low voice. The moment I appeared, someone barked at me too. Stand in there. I didn't waste words and directly blended into the group. But my mind had already started turning. Had old Wu's matter been exposed after all? It shouldn't have. I'd buried the bodies deep enough, and the location was remote. Unless someone had happened to wander exactly there, it shouldn't have been this fast. While I was thinking, several old miners beside me were already whispering. I tilted my head toward Uncle Wong. Uncle Wong, what's going on? He first gestured for silence at me, then replied in a low voice. A bad person got mixed into the group. What bad person? A wanted criminal from the blacklist. My brow lifted. Blacklist. Uncle Wong lowered his voice further. The Zhao Kingdom's special list for hunting vicious people. Anyone who gets on the blacklist has at minimum done something like wiping out an entire family. Every one of them is a martial artist, and they strike viciously. A tightness rose in my heart as I listened. Martial artist. Family massacre. Put those 2 words together, and their weight became obvious. A person like that had mixed into the mine vein? Then today's display made sense. About another Shurchin passed before everyone in the village had been driven over. Even someone like Blacksmith Wong, who normally never came down into the mines, was standing in the crowd. Only then did Supervisor Wu speak. Everyone's here. Overseer Nyo glanced at the list in his hand and said something quietly. I vaguely heard Old Wu. Supervisor Wu only waved a hand indifferently. It doesn't matter if they didn't come. Then he held a portrait up high. This man is a blacklist wanted criminal, nicknamed Human Butcher. We got word from Qingshan City that he fled to our mine vein. All of you, look left and right carefully. If anyone spots a stranger, report it immediately. There will be a heavy reward. The moment those words came out, the crowd immediately stirred. Quite a few miners' eyes heated up. In this mine, a heavy reward was life itself. Then the very next second, someone couldn't hold it in and raised a hand to point at a person nearby, shouting, "Hey, you look very unfamiliar." Before he could finish, a flash of cold light. That man's throat was slit open directly, blood spraying out like a punctured water pouch. Both his hands clutched desperately at his neck, his eyes wide as he staggered 2 steps, then fell with a thud. The whole place exploded at once. Some people screamed, some backed away, some nearly fell over. Zhang Wei's face went white on the spot. Farther away, Lin Guoyang, Chen Su, and Wu Ming looked as if their souls had been ripped out. My own heart sank too, but my hand had already reached for the refined steel pickaxe at my waist first. What 12 points of strength gave wasn't just power. It was nerve. I looked in the direction of the commotion, and a figure was charging wildly through the crowd like a mad bull, smashing several miners aside as he rushed for the perimeter. His panel immediately popped up before my eyes. Name, Zhang Hao. Class, martial artist. Strength, 13. Agility, 18, +8. Spirit, 3. Martial art. Zhang family leg technique, proficient. My pupils contracted. 18 agility? That +8 behind it was too eye-catching. A thought flashed through my mind instantly. Equipment? Or martial art bonus? Before I could think further, Zhang Hao was already almost out. At that moment, however, a line of constables appeared simultaneously around the outer edge of the mine vein and blocked the path. His expression changed, and he suddenly spun around. Then he found himself facing Supervisor Wu. Supervisor Wu was actually smiling. That kind of smile wasn't happiness. It was the excitement of seeing prey. You came onto my turf and still want to leave? The next second, he threw a punch. Black Tiger Fist. Almost instinctively, I looked at his panel again. Name, Wu Kei. Class, martial artist. Strength, 24, +12. Agility, 8. Spirit, 3. Martial art, Black Tiger Fist, proficient. My scalp exploded on the spot. 24 strength. A few days ago, when I looked at him, he had clearly only been 12. No, not right. It hadn't changed. It was just that only now had I truly seen it clearly. When martial arts were activated, stats could explode. Zhang Hao's 18 agility with an added +8 was probably the same principle. Martial arts weren't just techniques. They were real attribute amplifiers. My heart slammed hard in my chest. Martial arts. I had to get martial arts. At the exact moment that thought rose, that punch had already landed squarely on Zhang Hao's face. Bang. It really was a bang. Like a ripe watermelon being smashed open. Zhang Hao's whole face caved in instantly, and his entire body flew sideways, landing on the ground like a lump of rotten mud. He twitched twice and stopped moving. One punch. Just one punch. Over 1,000 miners all stared dumbly. The people who had just been screaming and panicking a moment ago were now standing straighter than wooden stakes, and the only thing left in their eyes when they looked at Supervisor Wu was awe. That had been someone from the blacklist. A ruthless character who had massacred families. And yet in front of Supervisor Wu, he hadn't even lasted a second move. I too stood there, my chest heavy. If that punch today had been aimed at me, I could take at most 3 moves. No, maybe not even 1. The gap was too large. And this was only the supervisor of a mine vein outside Qingshan City. At that moment, a middle-aged man who looked like a constable captain walked in from outside and laughed loudly. Brother Wu, your Black Tiger Fist is getting fiercer and fiercer. At this rate, before long you might even enter Mountain River Sect. Mountain River Sect. The moment those 3 words came out, I memorized them instantly. Supervisor Wu was still speaking modestly. Not at all. I'm getting old, and my talent is poor. Don't flatter me. But that wasn't the part one listened to. What I heard was another layer of meaning. Someone like Supervisor Wu still didn't qualify for the threshold of being a formal disciple of Mountain River Sect. Then just how strong were the people inside Mountain River Sect? Another line of thought immediately connected in my mind. If someone like Supervisor Wu, a mine supervisor, was already the kind of ruthless figure I had to look up at right now. Then sect disciples were a whole higher level of world. Martial arts, identity, connections, everything was over there. On Zhang Wei's side, he had clearly heard it too. Even his eyes had changed. As for Lin Guoyang and the other two, there was no need to mention them. Though fear still lingered in them, something else had clearly appeared in their eyes. Ambition, or rather, hope. Supervisor Wu and that Captain Lin exchanged a few more words. I was standing not far away, and I caught pieces of it here and there. Things like how Human Butcher ended up in Qingshan City, and whether the scriptures from Kuju Temple were real or fake. I memorized it all. Kuju Temple sounded like another major sect, and its level was probably no lower than Mountain River sects. After Captain Lin left, Overseer Neo waved a hand. All right, disperse. Those who should mine, go mine. The crowd relaxed at once, everyone dispersing while still whispering about that punch. But I had no mind left to listen. That scene just now had smashed away the little bit of ease that had started to grow in me these past few days. Originally, I'd felt I was leveling quickly, that I had nearly saved enough money, and had even been feeling a little pleased with myself. But after seeing today's display, pleased my ass. In front of a real martial artist, I was just a somewhat stronger miner. The kind that could still be beaten to death with one punch. No, not even close to enough. I had to level up faster. Before getting martial arts, I had to stack attributes hard. As long as my attributes reached a certain height, at least people wouldn't be able to crush me casually. I had just finished turning that thought over in my head when I heard someone calling me in a low voice from not far away. Brother Yang. I turned and glanced over. It was Zhang Wei. He had already picked up his pickaxe again, but his eyes were still drifting, clearly badly frightened by what had happened. Farther away, Lin Guoyang's group was looking at me too. More precisely, they were watching me mine. I walked to a piece of fire crystal ore, too lazy to care about others, raised the refined steel pickaxe, and brought it down. Bang! A chunk of fire crystal ore was knocked straight off. The three people beside me stared so hard their eyes almost bulged out. Wu Ming spoke instinctively. So strong. Lin Guoyang's expression darkened. I've watched quite a few miners these past days. No one is as fierce as him. Chen Su added quietly. I asked around. Seems like Supervisor Wu took notice of him. After a while, he's even supposed to represent the mine vein in an outside competition. I ignored them, mined out the piece in front of me, lowered my head to collect the ore, then turned to leave. Chen Su finally jogged after me. Big brother. Something? I stopped and glanced at him. He smiled very politely. Last time, you lent us 3 copper coins, but you didn't leave your name. We've been wanting to pay you back. Yang Ling. I casually gave my name. Those 3 copper coins are a gift to you. No need to return them. All 3 of them clearly froze for a moment. Probably they hadn't expected me to be so straightforward. But Lin Guoyang seemed to suddenly think of something and blurted out. Big brother, can you teach us how to mine? I looked at him and gave him a direct 3-word reply. Why should I? His face stiffened on the spot. He looked as if he had never expected to be rejected that directly. Chen Su quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling while pulling him back. He doesn't know how to talk, don't mind him. But the copper coins still have to be returned. As he spoke, he really pulled out 5 copper coins and handed them over. I glanced at them and took them casually. 5 coins. Fine. He knew how to conduct himself. I smiled at him, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Behind me, I immediately heard their quiet argument again. Why did you give him 5? Think of it as an investment. Maybe there's hidden favorability. Even so, you should have discussed it first. The money belongs to all of us. Then the extra 2 coins are on me. All right then. It made me want to laugh. These people still had game player brains. Not entirely wrong. They just still didn't understand that in this place, favorability wasn't some system number. It was life. It was benefit. It was whether you were worth someone lending a hand to. I didn't bother with them anymore. Finding an opening, I slipped off early and headed straight for tunnel number 5. Old Wu and the others were buried near tunnel number 1, and I felt somewhat disgusted by it, not wanting to go back there again. Tunnel number 5 was even more winding, the paths deeper, and it suited me better for lowering my head and grinding. Once inside the tunnel, same old rules. Whenever I saw fire crystal, or I mined it. Mine, load, change spot, mine again. When hungry, eat flatbread. When thirsty, drink water. When sleepy, doze against the wall for a bit. By now, after this period of time, my control over force had grown steadier and steadier. When the pickaxe fell, almost not a bit of effort was wasted. Before, I had been brute forcing it with stamina. Now it was closer to instinct. This was the feel built up by sheer quantity. After tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of strikes, even if you didn't know how before, you would be forced to know how. I had no idea how long had passed when I ran into a big one. At least 10 gene. My eyes lit up. Just mind the hell out of it. 1 strike. 2. 3. Experience poured into my body like cool water, and my exhaustion was little by little suppressed. My movements actually grew smoother and smoother instead. By the time I had finally mined out the whole chunk, that prompt sound rang in my ears as well. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. I bared my teeth in a grin. Leveled up again. Level 7. Without hesitation, I added it to strength again. When I opened the panel, name, Yongling. Class, minor. Level, 7. Strength, 13, plus 3. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. HP, 100. I stared at that string of numbers, my hands tightening involuntarily. Base strength, 13. With the refined steel pickaxe, 16. Now, purely by panel stats, I had already surpassed Supervisor Wu's strength when he wasn't activating martial arts. This feeling of growth was too satisfying. So satisfying that my chest felt hot. Good. Very good. Give me a little more time, and with attributes alone, I can carve out a road. I was still immersed in that exhilaration from leveling up when my ankle suddenly exploded with pain. It was like a red-hot needle had stabbed viciously into the flesh. Hiss! I almost leaped sideways from pure reflex. Looking down, I saw a black scorpion already darting back into the shadows. At the same time, the HP on my panel began dropping. 99, 96, 90, 86. My scalp exploded instantly. Mind bug. Fuck. Without thinking, I first swallowed an antidote pill, then immediately uncorked a bottle of gold trauma medicine and drank it. The moment the antidote pill went down, the speed of the HP loss immediately slowed. Finally, it stopped at 67. I stared at that number, cold sweat breaking out all over my back. 1 bite had knocked off a third of my HP. If this had happened back when I had just entered Divine Realm, I would have died on the spot. I hurriedly drank 2 more bottles of gold trauma medicine, sat down against the wall, lit the fire stick, and first examined my ankle. A very fine puncture mark. The skin around it had already gone bluish-green. Fuck. This thing doesn't even make a sound when it gets close. A wave of delayed fear rose in my heart. Mind bugs were truly no joke. You couldn't see them, couldn't hear them, and by the time you noticed, your HP was already dropping. I rested in place for more than half a shurchen, waiting until my HP slowly filled back up before I stood again. Afraid, yes, but I had no intention of retreating. If 1 bug could scare me into running back, then I might as well forget about ever doing anything in the future. I kept moving deeper, but right after turning a corner, I felt that something ahead wasn't right. Dark. But inside that darkness, it seemed like things were moving. Masses of them, writhing. My heart jumped. I held the fire stick forward. The next second, I turned and ran. Ahead was a dense carpet of those black scorpions. Not 1 or 2. A whole mass. Pressed together blackly, at least 800 or 1,000. My face went white. My legs moved before my brain did, carrying me in a desperate sprint back the way I came. Fuck, 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 fuck. What kind of mind bugs are these? This is a whole tunnel full of death warrants. One had already taken a third of my HP. If that whole swarm pounced on me, forget 100 HP. Even 1,000 might not be enough for them to chew through. After I had run a long distance, I realized the commotion behind me was gradually fading. That swarm actually hadn't pursued very far. Only then did I brace myself against the wall and gulp for air, while my mind started turning again. Mind bugs in a swarm, and gathered motionless in a dead-end deep area. That was wrong. Uncle Wong had once mentioned casually that some old mine veins could produce mine essence, worth a huge amount of money. Didn't these bugs like ordinary or could not possibly attract this many? Then there was only one explanation left. Inside there was probably really mine essence. My chest heated up at once. Mine essence was valuable, and according to the way Divine Realm operated, The EXP given by mine essence definitely would not be low. But no matter how heated I felt, I could only force the thought back down. If I charged that swarm head-on, I'd just be delivering myself to death. Even if Supervisor Wu came, it might not help. As I walked outward along the tunnel, my mind kept spinning through methods. Fire attack? No good. This world didn't have gasoline. What the hell could a fire stick burn? Water attack? Not realistic either. There was no way I was going to carry bucket after bucket in there. While I was thinking, my gaze suddenly swept over a large stone on the ground. My steps stopped at once. Wait, I didn't necessarily have to burn them, and I didn't necessarily have to drown them. What about smashing them? I lowered my head and looked at the stone, and my eyes slowly brightened. Half a shurchen later, I had already moved more than 30 large stones into the tunnel. Some were the size of watermelons, some even bigger. Each one weighed at least dozens of gene, the heavier ones over 100. Other people couldn't move them. I could. With my base strength already above 10, plus the endurance I had built from all this mining, I could absolutely manage several rounds of this. For the next whole day, I did nothing else. I just practiced throwing stones in the tunnel. Once, twice, 10 times, dozens of times. Slowly, the feel came. Of course, the accuracy wasn't godlike, but I could control the deviation to within half a meter. Enough. I stood in the position I had chosen beforehand and let out a fierce breath. Good. Let's try it. First, I placed the stones one by one point every 10 meters. Then I went back deeper toward that path. Sure enough, the moment I passed the bend, that swarm of mine bugs surged toward me again. This time, I didn't panic. Instead, I laughed coldly in my heart. Come, today I'll teach you what heavenly justice falling from above looks like. I controlled my speed as I retreated, always keeping a bit of distance from them. When I reached the first prepared stone position, I bent, scooped one up, used both hands, and smashed it out. Boom. The stone dropped into the swarm. Black fluid splashed everywhere. A huge patch of mine bugs was smashed straight into paste. At the same time, streams of icy coolness rushed frantically into my body. There was EXP. My eyes lit up instantly. It worked. The mine bugs scattered for a moment, then kept surging toward me. Without a word, I continued running, reached the second point, scooped up another stone, and smashed it again. Boom. Another whole patch died. EXP kept pouring in. I was getting exhilarated. Run while smashing. Smash while harvesting EXP. Finally, by the time I had reached the third and fourth stone, that familiar prompt sound rang out directly. Ding. Congratulations, you have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. I almost laughed out loud. That worked too. A whole swarm of mine bugs had directly handed me a level. I immediately added the point to strength again. Base strength rose from 11 to 12. Then I kept running, kept smashing. By the time the final large group of mine bugs had been crushed apart and only a single lonely one was still crawling toward me, I deliberately stopped. Come on, let's have a fair fight. One hand reached toward the pickaxe at my waist, and I put on a show as if I really meant it. Only when it was nearly in front of me did I pull out the stone I had prepared behind my back and smash it down. PSHHD. Juices burst open. The last one died too. I stood amid a floor full of bug corpses, breathing heavily while sorting through what had just happened. Mine bugs gave EXP, which meant the system recognized them as a threat to me. Old Wu's final death had given no EXP, probably because by then he no longer posed any real threat. The rules were still those same rules. Risk brought EXP. No risk, no reward. Holding the fire stick, I stepped over the carpet of dead bugs and walked toward the deepest point. Ahead was a dead end. At its end, a dazzling ball of light was shining quietly. When I got closer, my whole body stopped. It was a fist-sized fire crystal, completely clear, like a gemstone burning with flame. Mine essence. Without question, it was mine essence. But what truly made my heart stop dead for a moment wasn't it. It was what lay behind it. There was also an ancient-looking manual, lying there quietly, illuminated clearly by the glow of the mine essence. I walked forward one step at a time, firelight swaying, and revealing several large characters on the cover. Vajra Bright King Art. At that instant, it felt as though lightning had struck me clean through. Countless fragmented things from before suddenly connected all at once. Why would the depths of a mine tunnel contain mine essence? Why would a cultivation manual be hidden here? Why was Divine Realm not simply a place where people mined and leveled up? I slowly reached out a hand, staring at that book as my breathing grew heavier and heavier. I suddenly felt that I might finally have touched the true threshold of this world. I stood before the Mind Essence, my hands trembling. Vajra Bright King Art. Martial arts. It really was fucking martial arts. I stared at that scripture, and my mind instantly began spinning at high speed. A lot of things that had failed to connect before now all clicked into place. Why had Human Butcher run to this mind vein? Because he hadn't been fleeing aimlessly. He had been fleeing with something. That day, Captain Lin and Supervisor Wu had mentioned that Human Butcher was suspected of having stolen a Buddhist scripture from Kuju Temple. Now it seemed that wasn't a rumor at all. It was true. And what he stole wasn't some ordinary text. It was martial arts. Martial arts of this level. In an instant, I pieced together the whole chain of cause and effect. Kuju Temple didn't keep things quiet because nothing was lost. They kept quiet because they didn't dare make a scene. Either they were afraid of losing face, or they were afraid the news would spread and draw other powers over too. So Zhang Hao, Human Butcher, was hunted all the way into Qingshan City. That fire crystal mine essence was probably brought by him too. Use it to attract the mind bugs, and it forms a poisonous shell around the Vajra Bright King Art. After the heat died down, he would come back and retrieve it. At that thought, a chill suddenly ran down my back. I whipped my head around and first swept my gaze over the surroundings. Good. No one. No second set of breathing, no footsteps, no fire stick light. Only me here. But I also knew clearly that this period of only me would not last long. Zhang Hao was dead. People from Kuju Temple would sooner or later track their way to this mind vein. At that time, if they followed the clues, mind bugs, mind essence, tunnels, they would eventually think of this place. I didn't have time to study it slowly. Take it first. Everything else later. I stepped forward and directly grabbed the Vajra Bright King Art into my hand. But the moment I touched it, before I could even stuff the scripture into my clothes, a prompt jumped up before my eyes. Vajra Bright King Art. Cultivation Threshold. Strength 10, Spirit 10. Threshold met. Comprehend. My eyes lit up. So this was how spirit was used. Not decoration. Not something to discuss later. A cultivation threshold. I didn't hesitate for even a second and immediately chose comprehend. The next moment, the scripture in my hand suddenly transformed into a streak of golden light and rushed through my palm into my body. Heat spread through my whole body. Not scorching. It was a heavy, steady, thick warmth, like something was being carved directly into my bones. Immediately afterward, my mind boomed, and a whole scripture appeared within it. It wasn't that I was reading it. It was as if it had always been printed in the depths of my memory, and now it had merely been turned over and revealed. Buddhist scripture, thick, vast, even carrying a kind of oppressive solemnity. I stood there blankly for a few breaths. The first thing I did when I came back to myself was immediately pull up my panel. Name, Yongling. Class, Minor. Level, 8. Strength, 11. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. Martial art, Vajra Bright King Art. First-rate art, not yet initiated. HP, 110/110. I stared at that line, and my breathing grew heavier. First-rate art. Supervisor Wu's Black Tiger Fist didn't even have a grade marked on the panel. But this Vajra Bright King Art was directly labeled first-rate. What did that mean? It meant Supervisor Wu's set probably wasn't even qualified. I almost laughed. I had really hit the jackpot. This wasn't some ordinary martial art manual. I had just stumbled my way into a first-rate art. In any game, this was not the kind of thing a beginner village was supposed to have. And yet here I was, still trapped in this shitty mine, without even having bought official status, and I had already gotten my hands on this kind of thing. I forcibly suppressed that surge of excitement and kept looking. The martial arts section could still be expanded. I opened it. Vajra Bright King Art, total of 4 layers. First layer, gain 5 free attribute points. While circulating the art, strength and agility each increase by 15 points. Additional HP, plus 100. Second layer, insufficient permission to view. After reading that, I went quiet for 2 whole seconds. Then I sucked in a sharp breath. This first layer wasn't a small improvement. It was a qualitative transformation. The 5 free attribute points aside, Just the fact that circulating it added 15 to both strength and agility was already outrageous. Then another 100 HP on top. Wasn't that basically an extra life? Right now I had 110 HP. Once I opened the first layer, that would jump straight to 210. And with those boosted strength and agility stats, if I went out swinging my pickaxe, who in this mind vein could stop me? Even Wu Kei might not be able to punch me to death in one blow anymore like before. I stared at the panel, my mouth unable to suppress its upward curve. I'm going back to train. To hell with mining. Or mattered. Money mattered too. But compared to this art, those bits of or suddenly lost all flavor. I immediately began cleaning up. Every trace in this place had to be erased. The mine bug corpses, bury them. The signs of fighting along the route. Erase what could be erased, smooth over what could be smoothed. Pits, fill them. Footprints, trample them into confusion. After going over the route several times and making sure I hadn't left anything too obvious, I finally took the mine essence with me. But after walking a few steps with it, I stopped again. No, this thing was too conspicuous. Even if others didn't recognize it, one look would tell them it was treasure. Carrying it on me was like writing "come rob me" all over my face. In the end, I chose a more remote location, dug a pit, and buried the mine essence first. After burying it, I even stamped on the earth several more times to compact it. Whether I can find it again later is up to fate. If someone else really digs it up, then so be it. Anyway, the biggest gain this time wasn't the mine essence. It was the Vajra Bright King art. I wiped my sweat and turned to leave the tunnel. When I got back to the exit, Overseer Nyo's expression changed the moment he saw me dragging out another 30+ gene of fire crystal ore. You brat really can mine. I smiled and didn't say much. He settled the money for me as usual, even tossing out a few compliments. A mine guard nearby stared at my back and muttered quietly to Overseer Nyo. Overseer Nyo, why do I feel like Yang Ling looks a little different? Overseer Nyo narrowed his eyes and examined me twice before saying slowly, his spirit looks fuller. Probably his injuries are fully healed too. Something stirred in my heart. This old fox really was still using the fallen Yang family disciple explanation to round things out for me. Good. If someone else wanted to build me a background story, that saved me trouble. I carried the money back to that little wooden shack that leaked wind and rain. The moment I shut the door, the first thing I did was start studying the Vajra Bright King art. I didn't need to memorize the scripture in my head. It was like it had always grown there. The moment I thought about it, the contents surfaced by themselves. Besides the text, there were also postures. Very strange standing postures. Once I understood them, I didn't waste time and immediately copied the first posture. Feet planted firmly, lowering into a horse stance. Both palms facing upward, reciting the scripture silently in my heart. At first there was no reaction, only exhaustion. Great exhaustion. If this had been me just after entering Divine Realm, I probably couldn't have held this posture even a minute. But now was different. I had been mining for almost a month. Strength, endurance, persistence, I had hammered them all out. This kind of suffering I could bear. Time passed bit by bit. After around 10+ minutes, I finally felt it. A thread of warm current. Very thin, very slow. It emerged from somewhere deep inside my body, little by little, like a spark falling into dry firewood. Small but real. My heart jumped, and I immediately opened the panel. Sure enough, the martial art line had changed. Martial art, Vajra Bright King art, first-rate art, initial insight. EXP, 1/100. I laughed on the spot. It worked. It really could be trained. And there was EXP, which meant this art was not some mystical depends on enlightenment nonsense. It was something that could be steadily ground upward. As long as I pushed this 100 points to full, the first layer would probably be complete. Suppressing my excitement, I kept standing, kept reciting. Several shurchin passed in a blur. Only when roosters had begun crowing outside did I slowly end the stance. I hadn't slept all night, yet I wasn't sleepy. Not only not sleepy, my spirit actually felt quite good. I quickly checked the panel again. EXP, 5/100. I stared at that number. First came joy, then a slight frown. No, that wasn't right. The first point had come in just over 10 minutes. By that logic, after a whole night it shouldn't have risen only to 5. Unless there was a daily cap. I carefully recalled the feeling from the latter half of the session. It was indeed as though after reaching a certain point, No matter how long I stood, it simply wouldn't increase anymore. I slowly let out a breath. Fine. 5 points a day means 20 days to complete the first layer. 20 days. That's not slow. For others, 20 days was a long time. For me, this was already absurdly fast. As long as I got through those 20 days, I would no longer be who I was now. I looked at the overall panel again. Name, Yongling. Class, martial artist. Level, 8. Strength, 11. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. Martial art, Vajra Bright King art, first-rate art, initial insight. EXP, 5/100. HP, 110. I stared at the word class, and a strangely satisfying feeling suddenly rose in me. From drifter, to miner, to martial artist. This road was one I had hammered out with my own hands. No one rewarded me. No one carried me. I dug, endured, and seized it little by little. At that thought, the corners of my mouth rose uncontrollably. Good. I've finally fought my way into something human-looking in divine realm. But that happiness hadn't lasted long when a sudden urgent clanging of a gong sounded outside. Everyone up. Hurry. Gather at the village entrance. The gong struck over and over, irritating to the core. I pushed open the door. Outside, dozens of mine guards were walking around beating gongs and driving people out. Miners, bleary-eyed from sleep, emerged from their shacks. They didn't dare curse, only squeeze toward the village entrance. I followed along too. When I reached the village entrance, the first people I saw were Supervisor Wu and Captain Lin. But even more eye-catching than them was the monk standing at the front. About 30 years old, expressionless. Yet just by standing there, he made Wu Kei and Captain Lin seem somehow smaller. My heart tightened. People from Kuju Temple had arrived. I immediately swept his panel. Name, Huaining. Class, martial artist. Strength, 18. Agility, 12. Spirit, 6. Martial art, monument splitting hand, proficient. Martial art, Gale step, proficient. Martial art, Kuju Heart Sutra, second rate, initial insight. Faction, Kuju Temple. After reading it, my heart sank. 3 martial arts. This was what Sect Foundation looked like. 1 person, 3 arts. And among them was even an inner art, second rate. But very quickly, I caught another key detail. Huaining's spirit was only 6, not 10, which meant that even if the Vajra Bright King art were placed before him, he probably couldn't cultivate it. At least not right now. That steadied me a little. The monk spoke then. His voice wasn't loud, but it pressed the entire place into silence. Human Butcher was captured here? Wu Kei nodded with unusual caution. That is correct. Watching that scene, I understood even more clearly. Even a local tyrant of the mine like Wu Kei had to keep his speech restrained in front of someone from Kuju Temple. Then the weight of the Vajra Bright King art could only be even greater than I had imagined. Huaining continued. On Human Butcher's body, there was nothing besides a few tails of broken silver. A trace of bitter smile appeared on Wu Kei's face. After the man was captured, he was taken away by Captain Lin's side. I did not personally search the body. Captain Lin frowned and took over. We checked the body. There was indeed nothing else. What? The item you're looking for, Master, really is that Buddhist scripture Human Butcher stole from Kuju Temple. Huaining looked at him. This time he no longer concealed it and admitted it directly. A Buddhist scripture was indeed lost. It must not be lost permanently, so this poor monk has come under orders to retrieve it. Since it was not on Human Butcher's body, that means he hid it somewhere. Wu Kei immediately continued. Master means search the mine vein. This fire crystal mine is very suitable for hiding things. Huaining pressed his palms together, his expression calm. I ask all benefactors here for assistance. Captain Lin immediately stated too. I brought dozens of men. We can search together. Naturally, Wu Kei couldn't refuse. He immediately turned and had Overseer Nyo arrange for all miners to enter the mines and search. Then Huaining addressed everyone again. Whoever can find my Kuju Temple scripture, this poor monk is willing to pass on a fist and kick technique, and also reward 50 taels of silver. The crowd exploded instantly. 50 taels? And martial arts too? Is that real? Would a master from Kuju Temple lie? Zhang Wei's eyes lit up on the spot. Lin Guoyang's face turned red with excitement too, and he whispered to Qin Su and Wu Meng. A quest. This is definitely a quest. It almost made me laugh. These people really did force everything into quests. But immediately afterward, Wu Kei added another knife to it. To prevent anyone from finding the item and secretly keeping it, he ordered the mine guards and constables to watch everyone, and even had the miners supervise one another. Anyone who dared hide it. If reported successfully, the whistleblower would get 100 taels. The moment 100 taels came out, the way everyone looked at each other changed. That was no longer money. That was a life-changing fate. Very conveniently, by sheer coincidence, Zhang Wei, Lin Guoyang, and the others were assigned to the same group as me. The moment Chen Su saw me, a bit of joy showed on his face. He had just started to move closer when the constable assigned to watch us barked over at us. "What are you muttering about?" "Search." Chen Su immediately shrank back and lowered his head to work. On the surface, I was also turning over stones and checking cracks. But in truth, my mind wasn't on this at all. I had been secretly watching Huaning's movements the whole time. And then I saw him head toward tunnel number 5. My heart skipped hard right then. Could it be that he had already gotten the location out of Human Butcher? But on second thought, that didn't seem right. If he really knew the exact spot, there would be no need for such a huge show, dragging the entire mine vein here to search. That meant he only suspected it was here. He didn't know exactly where. Only then did I slowly let out some of my tension. At that moment, Zhang Wei suddenly spoke beside me. "Yang Ling." I turned my head toward him. "What is it?" While pretending to paw through rocks, he lowered his voice. "Are you almost at 5 taels of silver?" I looked at him, my tone flat. "What does that have to do with you?" At the same time, I casually swept a glance over his panel. Name: Zhang Wei. Class: Martial Artist. Level: 3. Strength: 4. Agility: 2. Spirit: 1. Martial Art: Zhang Family Leg Technique, Beginner. HP: 40. My heart moved instantly. Martial Artist? This kid's class had changed. And he actually had martial arts. Zhang Family Leg Technique. I didn't show the slightest change on my face, but my mind was already moving rapidly. Before dying, Zhang Hao had indeed crashed into the middle of the crowd. And Zhang Wei had been there the whole time. Could it have happened then? But why would Zhang Hao pass the leg technique to him? Was it some random deathbed transfer, or some other condition? Zhang Wei clearly had no idea I had already seen right through him. He still wore the look of someone who thought he held the initiative. "I want to make a deal with you." "You?" I laughed. "What exactly do you have that you can trade with me?" A flash of anger he couldn't suppress flickered in his eyes, but he endured it. He even edged a little closer, lowering his voice further. "Martial arts." My footsteps paused for a moment, and I turned to look at him. "You have martial arts?" Seeing that I reacted, he immediately gained energy. "Keep your voice down. If you want to train it, buy it from me with silver." I looked at him while several loops of thought turned in my head. Now this was interesting. If he really had a martial art that could be traded, then naturally it had value to me. Not because I lacked martial arts, but because I wanted to know where his martial art came from, how it was learned, whether it could be passed on, and what limits there were on passing it on. And more importantly, other than coming to me, he probably couldn't go to anyone else. Go to someone else. At best, he'd get robbed. At worst, reported. Or simply beaten to death. But I didn't rush to engage. I only looked at him and smiled slightly. "Zhang Wei, this time, you'd better not take me for a fool." The mountain-wide book search went on for a full 5 shurchen, and in the end it still turned up nothing. The mine vein was searched. The tunnels were searched. The miners' village was searched. Even places like under the stove and behind bedboards weren't spared. And yet there was nothing at all. I spent the whole day mixed into the crowd, putting on a show of searching, but my nerves had been tight the entire time. Only when I saw Huaning's expression finally loosen a little did I let out half a breath myself. Over by the village entrance, Supervisor Wu cupped his hands. "Master Huaning, it seems the item isn't here. The mine vein has already been shut down for 1 day. If this keeps going, I won't be able to explain it to those above me either." Huaning looked at him expressionlessly for a few breaths, then suddenly smiled. "I have troubled Benefactor Wu. Since it is not here, this poor monk will take his leave first." Captain Lin immediately added, "I'll escort Master back to the city." Very quickly, their group left the miners' village. Once they had gone far enough, Supervisor Wu finally turned and waved at everyone. "No need to mine tonight either. Go back and rest." The miners instantly became dispirited. They had searched all day. No or mined. No money earned. even their food money wasted. But no one dared complain. They could only disperse on their own. I also put on a face of bad luck and headed back, but before I had gone far, I heard Supervisor Wu keep Overseer Nyo behind alone. I didn't stop walking, but my ears quietly pricked up. Seal tunnel number 1 first. No one is allowed in. Supervisor Wu's voice wasn't loud, but I still heard it clearly. Find someone with fast legs and send him to Mountain River Sect. Tell them something has happened at the Fire Crystal Mine. Overseer Nyo was clearly stunned. Supervisor Wu, what happened? Supervisor Wu patted his shoulder and lowered his voice further. This matter is a bit too big. We shouldn't get dragged in too deep. My heart sank. Tunnel number 1 was sealed. This wasn't aimed at the Vajra Bright King art. Most likely, old Wu's corpses really had been discovered. But I didn't look back or stop. I simply followed the flow of people and slowly returned to my shack. That night, I shut the door as usual and continued practicing the Vajra Bright King art. Stance. Recitation. Wait until the EXP crawled up to the daily limit. Sure enough, once it reached 5, it stopped increasing. I didn't force it and just went to sleep. For me now, sleeping or not sleeping wasn't the same concept as before. Sleep was for recovery, and cultivating the art was also for recovery. But since the system had placed a daily cap on the Vajra Bright King art, then I still ought to sleep when it was time instead of messing around blindly. Early the next morning, the whole village exploded into uproar. Why are we still not allowed into the mine? They're saying it'll be shut for several days. Then what are we supposed to eat? Everywhere were anxious voices and cursing. I pretended to know nothing and first went to find Uncle Wong. Uncle Wong, what's going on? Why is the mine vein sealed? Uncle Wong pulled me aside, his expression very serious. Something happened. I heard tunnel number 1 has been sealed. No one's allowed in. It's probably related to that master from Ku-Ju Temple yesterday. Tunnel number 1. My heart jumped again immediately, as expected, but I didn't show it. I only frowned and asked, "That's serious?" "Who knows?" Uncle Wong lowered his voice. "Anyway, don't run around these next few days so you don't bump into the blade's edge." I nodded. Just as I was about to ask more, someone suddenly called out to me from the side. "Yang Ling." I turned my head. Zhang Wei. He stood not far off, his expression strange, as if he had held something in for a long time and had finally made up his mind. I greeted Uncle Wong. "Uncle, I'll go over first." "Go ahead." I followed Zhang Wei to a relatively quiet corner. Once we stopped, I looked at him directly. "Speak. What dirty idea are you holding back this time?" Zhang Wei choked a little on my words, but unexpectedly didn't blow up. He only took a deep breath. When I was mining, I dug up a martial arts manual. I didn't even lift my eyelids. "Oh." He stared at me as if trying to see shock on my face. Unfortunately, all I felt was amusement. "You should know what that means." "Then go on." "What martial art?" I deliberately narrowed my eyes. "You can dig up that sort of thing while mining?" It wouldn't happen to be the Buddhist scripture Ku-Ju Temple lost, would it? I intentionally raised my voice by half a notch. "If you want to die, go die yourself. Don't drag me. Keep your voice down." Zhang Wei's face turned white with fright as he hurriedly looked around. "You trying to get me killed, motherfucker?" I sneered inwardly. He was anxious now. "Good." I looked at him and spoke slowly. "So it's not that Buddhist scripture?" "Of course not. If I really had that one, I'd have handed it over long ago for silver. Why would I come to you?" That was half true, half false. But I understood the core message. He really did have goods in hand. Not the Ku-Ju Temple scripture, but still a martial art. "What is it? Take it out and let me see." But Zhang Wei shook his head, with a trace of self-satisfied cleverness on his face. "I'm not that stupid. I hid it somewhere no one can find. Even if you ran out right now shouting that I have martial arts, no one would believe you." The moment I heard that, I turned to leave. "Then there's nothing to talk about. You don't trust me, and I don't trust you. We go our separate ways." As expected, he panicked. Mountain crashing fist. I stopped and looked back at him. "What?" "A fist technique called mountain crashing fist." He lowered his voice, but his expression turned serious. "I want to sell it to you." A fist technique. My heart stirred at once. To be honest, what I lacked most right now wasn't a cultivation art. The Vajra Bright King art was enough to keep me busy for a long while. What I lacked was an actual combat method. I had strength, HP, and a foundation, but when it came to real fighting, what I could use was still just the miner's style of swinging wildly. that worked against ordinary people. Against trained fighters, I'd suffer. If this mountain-crashing fist could truly fill that gap, then 5 taels of silver might not be a bad price. But I didn't rush to accept. I first asked, if you have a martial art, why don't you train it yourself? Zhang Wei's expression turned a little ugly. Martial arts in Divine Realm have thresholds. Mountain-crashing fist needs 8 strength. I only have 4 right now, so I can't train it. I stared at him and deliberately darkened my tone. How do you know it needs 8 strength? He froze for a moment. Then, as if finally regaining some sense of superiority, even the corners of his mouth curled up. Because I'm already a martial artist now. I can see my own attribute panel. I nearly laughed. This idiot. Even now, he still didn't know that I could see his panel, and more completely than he could. But I still put on a look of surprise. You can see attributes? Exactly. Zhang Wei seemed to think he had confirmed something, and his tone smoothed out. Looks like only after becoming a martial artist can you see your own attributes. Right now I have 4 strength, 3 agility, and 1 spirit. Inwardly, I responded at once. Bullshit, your agility is clearly 2. But outwardly I didn't react and kept drawing him out. What all is on the attribute panel? This thing could be the key to understanding Divine Realm. Zhang Wei put on an air of honesty, even carrying a trace of lecturing self-righteousness. Why would I lie to you? Once you train mountain-crashing fist successfully, you'll naturally see it too. I'm not like you, always hiding everything. I'm actually a very straightforward person. I almost failed to keep a straight face. Straightforward? You didn't seem very straightforward when you sold me out. But I couldn't be bothered to expose him. I only asked the main point. Say it. How much? A flash of greed passed immediately through Zhang Wei's eyes. 5 taels of silver. Give me 5 taels, and I'll give you mountain-crashing fist. 5 taels. Exactly dead on. That was my money for buying official status. He obviously hadn't named this price at random. He was aiming at me specifically. He knew I'd been mining hard lately. He knew I had most likely nearly saved up 5 taels already. So he stabbed exactly where it would hurt me most. The reason became clear to me at once. Why was he in such a hurry to sell? Because he felt guilty. Human butcher's matter probably involved him somehow. Then the mine vein got sealed, and people from Ku-Ju Temple arrived, and he started panicking. If he kept that fist manual in his hands, sooner or later it would become a disaster. But he couldn't bear to throw it away for nothing. So he came to me, the person most likely able to pay for it, and least likely to immediately turn around and report him. I stared at him for a while, then slowly said, 5 taels. I have it. His eyes lit up instantly. But I need to inspect the goods first. With this kind of deal, it's one hand paying, one hand delivering. You want me to pay first? Impossible. Zhang Wei was silent for a moment. He probably knew there was no way to push any further. In the end, he nodded. Fine. I'll come find you tonight. Then he turned and left. I stood there watching his back, and my gaze slowly sank. There were 2 key points here. First, was what he held in his hand really genuine? Second, how exactly had he gotten it? If he had simply stumbled into loot, that was one thing. But if Divine Realm had some other mechanism, inheritance, deathbed transmission, bloodline trigger, or anything like that, then that would be a much bigger matter. That night, at midnight, the miners' village was almost completely quiet, and there were barely any shadows outside. My door was suddenly knocked on twice, lightly. Open up. Zhang Wei's voice. I opened the door. He slipped inside like an eel, first glancing back outside to make sure no one was there, then pulling an old manual out from his chest. This is Mountain-Crashing Fist. I took it, and the moment I gave it a quick glance, the system prompt appeared. Mountain-Crashing Fist, unranked martial art. I understood immediately. It was real, and it really was on the same level as Black Tiger Fist, unranked. Not good, but for me right now, enough. I didn't waste words. I turned and took 5 taels of silver from the table and set them down. Zhang Wei stared at the silver, his eyes lighting up immediately. He shoved the fist manual toward me and snatched the silver into his arms. Deal complete. His whole body visibly relaxed. He even smiled at me. I'll go first. Congratulations. You'll soon be a martial artist too. Then he turned and slipped away. I waited until he had gone far enough before picking up Mountain-Crashing Fist again. This time, the system prompt changed. Mountain-Crashing Fist. Cultivation threshold. Strength 8. Spirit 3. Threshold met. Comprehend. I laughed outright. Dog of a Zhang Wei. As expected, you hit another card. He had only mentioned Strength 8 and deliberately said nothing about Spirit 3. Why leave that out? Because his own spirit was only 1. In other words, this fist manual wasn't something he temporarily couldn't train because his strength was too low. Even if his strength rose high enough later, if his spirit didn't reach the threshold, he still wouldn't be able to train it. He had deliberately buried a trap for me. If my spirit had been insufficient, these 5 tails would have been feeding a dog for nothing. Good thing he could never have guessed my spirit was 10. I looked at the prompt line and sneered. Comprehend. The next moment, the fist manual transformed into a stream of light and vanished directly into my body. That familiar warmth rose again. Then my mind was filled with a complete set of things related to mountain crashing fist. The stance, the force, the center of gravity, the intent. It wasn't as thick and grand as the Vajra Bright King art, but it was direct. Just one thing. Smash. When a punch goes out, it must carry the force of a collapsing mountain. I immediately checked the description. Mountain crashing fist. With will like a mountain, one punch falls like a giant peak collapsing. Initial insight, +3 strength. Integrated understanding, +6 strength. Mastery, +9 strength. Proficient, +12 strength. Transcendent, +20 strength. After reading it, I first froze, then suddenly understood completely. So martial techniques were divided into 5 stages. Initial insight, integrated understanding, mastery, proficient, transcendent. Wu Kei's Black Tiger Fist, Zhang Hao's Zhang Family Leg Technique, Huaning's Monument Splitting Hand, and Gale Step. All of them were at proficient. And my mountain crashing fist had just entered the gate. I immediately pulled up the full panel. Name, Yang Ling. Class, Martial Artist. Level, 8. Strength, 11. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. Martial Art, Vajra Bright King Art. First Rate Art, Beginner. EXP, 10/100. Mountain Crashing Fist, Beginner. Proficiency, 0 out of 100. HP, 110. I stared at the panel and quickly understood it. Cultivation Arts tracked EXP. Martial Techniques tracked Proficiency. 2 separate lines. But at the starting stage, both only needed 100. My mind turned once, and I effortlessly estimated everyone else's progress too. Wu Kei and the others were at proficient. That meant they had spent many years grinding those martial techniques. That final transcendent step adding 20 strength was outrageous. Clearly, it was not a level ordinary people could ever touch. But that was all later business. Right now, there was only one thing I wanted to do. Train. I shut the door, took a deep breath, and directly set up my stance according to the fist frame in my head. The first punch was raw. The second, stiff. The third, twist the waist, sink the shoulder, drive the hips. At first the motions were a little awkward, but the more I punched, the smoother it became. Time passed little by little. Sweat slowly ran down from my forehead. About 1 shurchen later, that familiar warmth finally came. I immediately checked the panel. Mountain Crashing Fist, Proficiency, 1 out of 100. It worked. But very soon, I frowned. Something wasn't right. The Vajra Bright King art could gain 1 EXP in about 15 minutes. Why did Mountain Crashing Fist, a mere unranked fist technique, need a full shurchen just to gain 1 point of proficiency? By all logic, it ought to be faster. I thought for a while but couldn't figure it out, so I stopped trying. A lot of things in games were never just about rank. Maybe the Vajra Bright King art was an internal art, and the stance recitation method suited my current foundation better. Maybe fist arts simply had to be worn into the body, and so were naturally slower. Who cared? As long as it could increase, that was enough. I kept punching. When I got tired, I rested for a few breaths, recovered, and then went right back at it. By the time the roosters started crowing outside, I finally stopped and took a look. Mountain Crashing Fist, Proficiency, 6 out of 100. My spirits rose at once. 6 points? That meant this thing wasn't capped by a daily limit the way the Vajra Bright King art was. As long as I could endure, I could keep training without stop. That was fucking critical. I couldn't even be bothered to sleep and simply kept going. 1 shurchen later, 7 points. Another shurchen later, 8 points. I kept training all the way until noon. Mountain Crashing Fist, Proficiency, 12 out of 100. I stared at that number, and my eyes lit up. So that means, as long as I keep grinding hard for 7 or 8 days, I can push it to initial insight. This speed was even better than I had expected. Staying up all night had left me a bit tired, but then another thought popped into my mind immediately. If the Vajra Bright King art could restore HP and spirit, then could it substitute for sleep? The moment the thought came, I acted. I switched immediately back into stance cultivation. A bit more than a shurchen later, I had filled today's 5 points. Vajra Bright King art, EXP, 15 out of 100. I slowly opened my eyes, and my whole body felt refreshed. It truly felt like I had slept deeply for 10 shurchen. I laughed on the spot. Good. Now that's more like it. From now on, in the daytime, I would train fist techniques. When tired, I would cultivate the art to recover HP and spirit. Cut sleep time down hard. Other people could train 8 shurchen a day. I could train more than 10. Even more than that. This was one of the biggest differences between me and the natives. They could only endure. I could use the system to abuse the time gap. For the next few days, I barely left the house. Eat a couple bites of flatbread. Drink a little water. Then continue. Train fists. Cultivate the art. Train fists. Cultivate the art. Every day my shack was full of the sound of my fists stirring the air. Finally, on the 4th day, after drinking some water, I casually glanced at the panel. Vajra Bright King art, EXP, 35 out of 100. Mountain Crashing Fist, proficiency, 99/100. I stared at that 99 and smiled. Just 1 point short. I didn't waste time. I stood up and kept training. 1 shurchen later, the proficiency finally jumped. At the same time, I could clearly feel that my fists, shoulders, waist, and back all gained a new dense solidity. It wasn't imagination. It had truly increased. I immediately checked the panel. Name, Yongling. Class, martial artist. Level, 8. Strength, 14, +3. Agility, 5. Spirit, 10. Martial art, Vajra Bright King art. First-rate art, beginner. EXP, 35/100. Mountain Crashing Fist, initial insight. Proficiency, 0.001. HP, 110. I stared at the strength line, and heat rose in my chest. Done. Initial insight directly added 3 strength. Now I had 14 barehanded. With the refined steel pickaxe, that became 17. And when the first layer of Vajra Bright King art opened in the future, that would be the true explosion. But before the joy lasted long, the number behind it poured cold water over me. The proficiency requirement had jumped from 100 to 1,000. I was silent for 2 seconds and slowly worked out the meaning. So integrated understanding takes 10 times as long. Mastery, another 10 times. Proficient, another 10. I laughed to myself. No wonder Wu Kei and the others are already in their 40s or 50s and still only at proficient. It wasn't that they didn't work hard. This thing was originally meant to be ground out over years. Transcendent? That wasn't for ordinary people. That was for those who either lived long enough, had monstrously abnormal talent, or could stack themselves up with some outside force. At that thought, I actually calmed down. There was no use being anxious. The speed I had now was already terrifying enough. In less than a month, I had gone from miner to martial artist, and now had already pushed Mountain Crashing Fist to initial insight. To outsiders, it would look practically demonic. About 13 more days for the first layer of Vajra Bright King art. Another month or 2 of grinding Mountain Crashing Fist, and I should be able to touch integrated understanding. By then, Mountain Crashing Fist would add 6 strength. Vajra Bright King art would give 5 free points. While circulating it, strength and agility would each gain another 15. And there would be 100 extra HP. With stats like that, in a place like Qingshan City, I would no longer be a martial artist that ordinary people could casually contend with. After running those calculations through my head, I felt even steadier. Of course, the most practical thing was still leveling. Natives could mostly only rely on cultivation arts and martial techniques to increase attributes. I was different. I could also level up and assign points. At that thought, I couldn't help smiling. As expected, I still have to mine. I like mining the most. I picked up the refined steel pickaxe from beside the bed, tucked it at my waist, pushed the door open, and walked out. Time to get back into the mine and grind hard. Today, the mine entrance was even noisier than usual. A crowd of miners stood gathered there, every face dark as the bottom of a pot. Some were anxious, some were cursing, and some had already started calculating how many more meals they could survive. Overseer Nyo stood at the front with both hands tucked into his sleeves, still wearing that slow, unhurried look. Everyone, don't be impatient. I know that if you don't mind, you don't have money to eat. But whose fault is it that you didn't save up a few copper coins on yourselves? The crowd immediately erupted. But you can't keep it sealed forever. How are we supposed to live? It was already shut yesterday. Overseer Nyo raised his eyelids slightly and continued at the same leisurely pace. The mine vein has a bit of a problem right now, so it has to be sealed for a while. When the important figures from Mountain River Sect arrive, there will naturally be a decision. If you insist on charging into the fire crystal mine now, wouldn't that just be smashing yourselves into the muzzle of a gun? The moment the words Mountain River Sect came out, the miners who had still been shouting immediately lowered their voices. No matter how much they wanted to make trouble, they still had to think about who they were making trouble against. Overseer Nyo saw that they had quieted and waved a hand. Disperse. The crowd looked at one another, but in the end could only leave in dejection. I stood at the back watching, and inwardly I barely felt anything. If the mine couldn't open, then for others it meant starvation. For me, it simply meant switching to another place to grind Mountain Crashing Fist and the Vajra Bright King art. But just as I turned to leave, Shinsu hurried after me. Brother Yang. I turned back to look at him. His expression wasn't good. It was obvious he had forced himself to come. Could you lend us a bit more money? We really can't hold on much longer if we can't enter the mine these next few days. As he spoke, Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming also hurried up behind him, looking at me expectantly. I smiled. How many days have you gone hungry? We didn't eat the whole day yesterday. Shinsu gave a bitter smile. I felt around in my cloth pouch. I had copper coins, but I didn't hand over money directly. Instead, I took out several dry flatbreads and passed them over. I'm not lending money this time. I'll give you a few flatbreads first so you can hold on. My guess is that in another 2 or 3 days, the mine should more or less reopen. I handed over 6 in one go. Shinsu's eyes lit up instantly. Thank you, Brother Yang. But Wu Ming instinctively frowned and muttered softly. These flatbreads are so dry and hard. I ate them last time, and they tasted awful. That made me laugh. You're starving and you're still picky about taste? These things are awful, yes, but they fill the stomach better than buns. After saying that, I didn't wait for more thanks and turned to leave. Since the mine was still closed, then I'd just keep grinding proficiency. Compared to standing around here listening to them talk nonsense, I'd rather go back and keep punching. After walking some distance away, I could still hear them behind me dividing the flatbreads and talking. Shinsu, chewing as he spoke, sighed. Brother Yang really is a good person. Out of all these miners, he's the only one who's helped us twice. Lin Guoyang was eating pretty fast, but his mouth still carried the same tone as always. No matter how good he is, he's still an NPC. Here, we still have to rely on ourselves. I didn't look back, but inwardly I marked him down again. This sort of person only ever recognizes himself. When others help him, he thinks it's natural. When they don't help him, he thinks the world has wronged him. Shinsu's side seemed to remember something suddenly, and even his tone changed. Have either of you felt anything wrong with your bodies these last 2 days? Lin Guoyang was still chewing his flatbread. Yeah, my stomach hurts. From hunger. Wu Ming added too. The bedboards here are too hard. I miss my Simmons mattress so much right now. I nearly laughed out loud. One could tell immediately from Chun Su's question that he had started touching the edge of leveling up. But he hesitated. I didn't even need to look to know he was debating whether to tell the other two. Then, in the very next second, Lin Guoyang spoke again. Shinsu, later go chase after that NPC again and borrow some more money. Wu Ming and I haven't had a proper meal in a long time. We want something good tonight. The moment I heard that, I already knew how this would end. Shinsu probably wouldn't say it now. Sure enough, very soon I heard a cold reply. If you want to borrow, then go borrow it yourself. The corner of my mouth lifted slightly. Good. At least he wasn't a completely rotten bleeding heart fool. I walked all the way back toward the village. Just as I passed near Supervisor Wu's courtyard, I saw Zhang Wei coming out from inside. The joy on his face was impossible to suppress. One look and I understood. This bastard had bought official status. He was no longer a drifter. He saw me too. His expression first stiffened, then he straightened his chest, as if suddenly gaining confidence, and came over on his own. Yang Ling, I've entered the Qingshan City Registry. Tomorrow I'm leaving to look for a way out in the city. I looked at him and nodded blandly. Oh, then congratulations. But before you leave, shouldn't you give me an explanation? He played dumb pretty convincingly. What explanation? The threshold for mountain crashing fist. I stared at him. At the time you only mentioned 8 strength. You didn't say a single word about Spirit 3. Oh, that. He deliberately smiled. Maybe I forgot. It's fine. Once your spirit stat rises in the future, you'll naturally be able to learn it. I cut him off directly. What a coincidence. My spirit just happens to be 3. I've already learned Mountain Crashing Fist. Zhang Wei froze on the spot, his eyes widening round. Why do you have 3 spirit? Halfway through the sentence, he immediately realized something and shut his mouth. I sneered inwardly. Only now are you panicking? Too late. I followed his own line of thought and stabbed down harder. Looks like your spirit is at most 2. Otherwise you wouldn't have sold Mountain Crashing Fist to me. His face shifted between green and white, and it was obvious that inside he had already started cursing violently. I could practically guess what he was thinking. Why the hell does this bastard have higher spirit than me? Why can he train what I can't? But curse as he might inwardly, he still forced himself to stay tough on the outside. If you've already learned it, then what are you asking me for? Proficiency. I glanced around on purpose, then lowered my voice too. Wasn't it you who said players should share information? Right now, in this mind vein, you and I are probably the only 2 players with martial arts. If we don't talk now, then when? His eyes shifted. In the end, he still responded. There's nothing unusual about proficiency. You just train. When you practice Mountain Crashing Fist, how long does it take to gain 1 point of proficiency? I paused deliberately, then gave a number. About 10 hours. 10 hours. Zhang Wei frowned. Then it's the same as me. At once I seized the key point in my mind. Same as him. That meant there really were differences in cultivation speed. And those differences were very likely related to spirit. Because I was absolutely not 10 hours for 1 point. I was 1 hour for 1 point. A full 10 times faster. Outwardly, I remained calm, but inwardly, I had already yanked that line taut. Before, I had known spirit was useful. First, it was a cultivation threshold. Then it determined whether you could comprehend. Now it was even clearer. Spirit most likely directly determined the growth speed of cultivation EXP and martial technique proficiency. This was the truly outrageous part. Other people trained 10 hours a day and gained 1 point. I trained 10 hours a day and gained 10 points. They needed 100 days for initial insight. I needed 10. This wasn't merely a little faster. This was leaving them in the dust. Zhang Wei was still there seriously analyzing things. Initial insight takes 100 proficiency, right? Right. Then it's obvious. If you only sleep 2 or 3 shurchen a day, you can barely gain 2 points. But no one can keep grinding like that forever. If you're more normal about it, training 10 hours a day is more reasonable. So that means around 100 days to train 1 martial technique to initial insight. He spoke with real seriousness, even carrying a bit of a let me teach you tone. I looked at him and nearly laughed. 100 days? You take your time. I'd already pushed mine to initial insight in 4 or 5 days. But I didn't expose that. I only followed up. Any other information? This time, a little pride showed on Zhang Wei's face. Yes. Just now I gave one of the mind guards a little benefit and asked about martial techniques. For someone with ordinary talent, getting a low-level martial technique to initial insight takes at least a year. So, he smiled. We're actually geniuses. After hearing that, my heart finally settled completely. Players, with the help of system panels, already trained faster than natives by default. And I, with high spirit, was 10 times faster than ordinary players. This was my biggest trump card. Zhang Wei counted as a genius? Fine. Then I was the kind of monster specially made to crush geniuses. He waved a hand, as if sincerely settling all debts of favor. Yang Ling, from today on, I, Zhang Wei, owe you nothing anymore. After saying that, he turned and left. Behind him, I added blandly, you screwed me over twice. The benefits I got back from you at most cancel one of those. You still owe me once. His footsteps clearly paused, but in the end he still didn't turn around. He only walked faster. I watched his back disappear, but I wasn't in a hurry. He couldn't run. Neither could the debt. Over the next 2 days, I stayed holed up in my shack and kept grinding. Mountain crashing fist, train hard. Vajra bright king art, cultivate hard. On the second day, mountain crashing fist proficiency rose by another 20-something points. The Vajra bright king art EXP also climbed to 40. At this rate, before long the first layer would be complete. Early on the third day, I thought I'd go out and see whether the mine vein had been unsealed. Instead, halfway there, I ran into Zhang Wei again. I looked at him and smiled. How come you still haven't left? Can't bear to part with the fire crystal mine? Want to squeeze out a couple more levels? His expression wasn't good. You think I don't want to leave? Mountain River Sect sent over a steward, someone even higher than Supervisor Wu and Overseer Nyo. He gave orders that no miner is allowed to leave. My heart stirred, but verbally I asked on purpose. What happened? How would I know? He was obviously absent-minded, worry filling his eyes. One glance was enough for me to understand. What he feared was human butcher's matter. He was afraid his own little scheme would be turned over and exposed. While we were talking, a mine guard started walking toward us from not far away. The moment Zhang Wei saw someone coming this way, he grew guilty instantly and slipped away without a word. The guard came straight to me and spoke directly. Yang Ling, that's me. Supervisor Wu wants you. Come with me. I put on a look of confusion. He wants me? What for? The guard glared at me impatiently. If I tell you to come, then come. Why so much nonsense? Yes, yes. I answered aloud, but my mind had already started turning. Calling for me at this time? Most likely it had something to do with tunnel number 1. Had they really traced it back to me? I followed the guard all the way to the mine entrance. The deeper in we went, the tighter the string in my heart drew. Then, from a distance, I saw the row of corpses laid out by the mouth of tunnel number 1, and my palms started sweating. Old Wu and the others had all been dug up, laid side by side. The bodies had already begun rotting, and the stench could be smelled from far away. I only glanced once, and my heart sank heavily. Fuck, they really dug them up. Even more troublesome was that it wasn't just Wu Kei, Overseer Nyo, and Captain Lin at the scene. Huaining was there too. And there was also a young man in white robes embroidered with mountain river patterns, speaking with Huaining. His attitude even carried a trace of ingratiating deference. This one was the real trouble. When I was brought over, the guard respectfully reported, Supervisor Wu, Yang Ling has been brought. Wu Kei nodded, then looked at me with a neutral tone. Yang Ling, do you recognize the corpses on the ground? One glance told me this was not the time to overact, nor to stay too flat. So I looked first, let a bit of controlled fear show, and only then shook my head. I can't recognize them. They've rotted too much. Wu Kei said blandly. It's old Wu. As far as I know, during this period you had conflicts with him. I immediately stepped back half a pace, putting full force into the fear on my face. What? Brother Wu is dead. At that instant, Huaining and the young man in white both watched my reaction. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw them almost simultaneously give the faintest nod. Done. This hurdle was passed, at least for now. The white-robed young man turned to Huaining and said, Master, from the looks of it, these miners most likely all died at human butcher's hands. He likely hid your temple's stolen scripture inside tunnel no. 1. I will have people dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary and search the item out. Only when I heard that did I truly let go inside. They didn't suspect me. Instead, they had pinned the blame cleanly onto Zhang Hao. Good. You're already dead, so carry this pot steadily for me too. Huaining pressed his palms together. If it can be found, naturally that would be best. I must trouble Benefactor Wang to put in much effort on this matter. Benefactor Wang. So the white-robed young man's surname was Wang. He smiled and replied, Master, you are too polite. The matters of Kuju Temple are the matters of Mountain River Sect. Then he turned to Wu Kei. Transfer your most skilled miners into tunnel number 1. Have them dig hard for half a month. If the Buddhist scripture can be dug out, I'll record it as a merit for you. Wu Kei immediately cupped his hands. Yes, Senior Brother Wang. Taking advantage of the moment, I quietly swept a glance over the white-robed young man. Name, Wang Jing. Class, Martial Artist. Strength, 19. Agility, 10. Spirit, 5. Martial Arts. Mountain River Draw Laid Art, Proficient. Black Tiger Fist, Proficient. Iron Skin Art, Integrated Understanding. Faction, Mountain River Sect. My heart trembled slightly. 3 martial arts. 2 at proficient. This was the gap between a proper sect disciple and someone like Wu Kei, a mine supervisor. Wu Kei had only 1 Black Tiger Fist. This man brought out 3 at a time and had trained them to this level. If they truly fought, Wu Kei would most likely not last. But I could also tell that although Wang Jing was strong, he was probably still a notch below Huaining. Huaining also had 3 martial arts, and his overall panel was steadier. After that, Wang Jing said he would stay in the miners' village and wait for news. Wu Kei hurried to agree. As for old Wu and the others' corpses, the constables carried them away, probably to inspect them further. Once all these big figures finally dispersed, the place emptied out a lot. Wu Kei's own imposing presence returned as well. He turned to look at me. Yongling, you already count as one of the experienced miners now. You'll go on this search of tunnel number 1 as well. Consider it some early practice. Later, when you spar with veterans from other mine veins, you'll have some experience. I immediately cupped my hands. Yes. Outwardly, I was accepting a task. Inwardly, I nearly laughed. This was exactly what I wanted. What I lacked most right now was a legitimate excuse to keep entering tunnel number 1 openly. If you were personally sending me inside, why should I be polite? Wu Kei also instructed Overseer Nyo to pick 40 or 50 veterans, plus another dozen guards to watch them, so no one could muddy the waters. As for the mine vein itself, it was to be unsealed. Senior Brother Wang has come in person. Mountain River Sect has already shown Ku Ju Temple plenty of attitude. The fire crystal mine is the real business. Wu Kei said it very directly. Looking at the way he was acting, I felt a little colder inside again. Old Wu was dead, and he truly didn't have the slightest bit of sadness. Old Wu had relied on his brother-in-law connection to swagger all over the mine before. Now that he was dead, Wu Kei did little more than glance once and continue calculating his own interests. This place really had nothing but profit. Very soon, the news that the mine vein was being unsealed spread. The miners charged in like starving wolves. One day without mining meant one day without money. And I, along with Uncle Wang and the other veterans, was brought separately to tunnel number 1. More than a dozen guards followed at our sides, obviously there to keep an eye on us. Before we entered, Overseer Nyo only tossed out one sentence. Do what you can. The moment Uncle Wang and the others heard that, they all visibly relaxed. As long as we didn't really have to risk our lives to find something, then this assignment was simple. Spend some time inside, casually mine a bit of, or on the side. Who wouldn't be happy with that? The moment we entered tunnel number 1, 40 or 50 miners got to work. Ordinary dirt and rock layers were much softer than fire crystal ore. A crowd of veterans digging for one shurchin made the whole tunnel mouth look like it had been widened by a ring. During the process, some fire crystal or buried in deeper layers also became exposed. Whoever had faster hands got it first. My luck today was average. For the time being, I didn't catch even a single piece. So I decided not to waste time in the outer layer and directly followed the map deeper in. One of the guards saw me leaving the group and quietly asked his companion, "That kid's heading deeper. Should one of us follow him?" His companion rolled his eyes immediately. "Follow my ass. If there's a collapse farther in, both of us get buried. It's enough to stand at the entrance and make a show of it. Besides, do you really think the people above are dead serious about finding some Buddhist scripture? Supervisor will only send in 40 or 50 miners. That makes it very clear. This is just giving Ku Ju Temple an explanation. If we really found it, that might not even be a good thing. Not finding it is easier." I heard every word of that clearly, and my heart settled even more. Looks like the people watching me wouldn't be too strict. That was enough. Using the system map as reference, I made my way deeper. Several spots on the map had been marked as places likely to produce large chunks of fire crystal ore, so I circled around those points and probed them. Tap, listen, dig, switch position. After struggling for a while, I really did locate a promising one. Time to work. I tightened my grip on the refined steel pickaxe, and my body almost instinctively grew excited. 1 strike, 2, 3. With every swing, that familiar cool sensation traveled from my arms into my body. I was too familiar with that feeling. Every time it came, other noises, other people, other thoughts all got thrown to the back. In my eyes, Only the ore remained. I had no idea how long I worked before I finally chewed through the whole chunk. I lowered my head and loaded the broken ore into my cloth pouch, then weighed it in my hand. Around 3 gene. Not bad. Right then, someone beside me suddenly spoke. Your mining speed really is fast. I turned to look. It was a somewhat unfamiliar young miner holding a fire stick, staring at me with a curious expression. My first reaction wasn't to reply. It was vigilance. I had basically seen all the miners in the village. Whenever there was someone new, I would casually glance at their attributes too, judging whether they were a player. Yet I had no impression of this person at all. That was wrong. I casually swept a glance over his panel. Name, Su-Ching. Class, martial artist. Strength, 22. Agility, 17. Spirit, 7. Martial arts. Mountain River Draw Laid Art, proficient. Mountain River 12 Fists, proficient. Mountain River Heart Method, third rate, initial insight. Faction, Mountain River Sect. My heart shook on the spot. This person was stronger than every martial artist I had seen so far. 22 strength, 17 agility, 7 spirit. A total of 46 in attributes. Even Huaning only had 36. This man was absolutely not an ordinary miner. At once I understood. A hidden expert Mountain River sect had sent in to keep secretly searching for the Buddhist scripture. He was probably wearing miner clothes and trying to act low-key in the tunnel. But I didn't let any of that show on my face. I only answered casually. Mining, or isn't difficult. It is merely a matter of skilled hands. Then I turned away and went to look for the next chunk of fire crystal ore, not wanting to bother with him. But this guy seemed to get interested and actually quickened his steps to follow me. I'm new here. I want to learn a little about mining from you. I cursed once inwardly, but outwardly only nodded. Sure. Just don't disturb me and don't steal my ore. He smiled and nodded. Easy enough. From then on, wherever I went, he followed. Originally, I had wanted to probe deeper still. But with such an expert hanging behind me, every other thought immediately retracted. Go deeper? What if he noticed something? That would be real trouble. So I decided not to go any deeper at all. I stayed in a relatively safe area, locating points and mining there. Time passed bit by bit. By the time the day was nearly over, my cloth pouch already held around 10 gene of fire crystal ore. Su-Ching stood nearby and, after watching me work all day, finally couldn't help but remind me. It's about time. Shouldn't you head out? I had actually already planned to leave, but before going I casually knocked at the wall nearby a few more times and unexpectedly located another piece of fire crystal ore. Without a word, I turned around and started mining again. Su-Ching, standing not far away, was probably speechless. In his eyes, I was no longer simply hardworking, I was crazy. How could he know that I didn't love ore? I loved experience. I loved leveling. I loved that feeling of forcing my life step by step into my own hands. By the time I got into the rhythm, I almost treated Su-Ching like air. Let him follow if he wanted. As long as he didn't interfere or ruin my rhythm, I couldn't be bothered. I had already guessed his motive. Most likely he just thought I mined too quickly and wanted to see whether there was anything abnormal. But so what if he watched? No matter how carefully he watched, he still couldn't see the panel in my mind. Finally, on the last strike with which I finished that, or a sharp ding rang in my ear. My movement barely stopped, but my heart slammed. I had leveled up. My first instinct was to add to strength. But the very next second, I forcibly suppressed the thought and moved the point to spirit instead. This time, the warm current did not flow into my limbs. It rushed straight into my mind. In that instant, I felt my whole being clear up, as though a layer above my head had been wiped clean. I immediately pulled up the panel. Name, Yongling. Class, martial artist. Level 9. Strength, 14, plus 3. Agility, 5. Spirit, 11. Martial art, Vajra Bright King art. First-rate art, beginner. EXP, 40/100. Mountain Crashing Fist, initial insight. Proficiency, 22 1/1000. HP, 110. I stared at the Spirit 11 line, and warmth rose faintly in my chest. Level 9. Only one step away from 10. And even more important, this point had not gone into strength. It had gone into spirit. If my guess was right, then my speed in cultivating arts and training fists would become even faster from now on. That was worth far more than a simple extra point of strength. While I was still thinking, A completely different booming sound suddenly rang in my ears. It wasn't only me who heard it. It was as though the entire divine realm trembled at once. Congratulations! A player has become the first to advance to level 10 and successfully complete a class advancement. The Divine Realm level ranking is now officially opened. Further functions will continue to open in sequence. My footsteps stopped on the spot. What? Someone had hit level 10 and had already completed a class advancement? Immediately afterward, a golden panel popped up before my eyes. Divine Realm level ranking. And not just me. At that moment, I was certain countless players in the miners' village, the tunnels, Qingshan City, and even far more distant places were all seeing this ranking as well. I could practically imagine what Zhang Wei's expression looked like right now. Sure enough, only one line on the first page was lit. 001. Kuju Temple, Huiwu, Level 10, Class, Martial Monk. 002. I stared at the first line, and my heart sank once, then brightened once. It sank first because it confirmed at last. Level 10 really was the class advancement threshold. My earlier guess had been correct. It brightened because the one on the ranking was not me. If I had reached level 10 first, then the person whose name, class, and level were being displayed to all of Divine Realm would have been me. That would not have been a good thing. Especially not when I was still trapped in a garbage place like this mine vein with no backing force behind me. Exposing myself would be the same as sticking my neck out on purpose. And that first place name was specifically Kuju Temple Huiwu. One look at that name told me he definitely hadn't started as some ordinary drifter. This person was most likely a player like me, but his spawn point or entry conditions had directly dropped him into Kuju Temple. That was truly a god-tier starting hand. As I walked outward, I took a deep breath. The ranking is not a good thing, but level 10 really is the threshold. And now it looks like the gap between players has already started opening. Some people were still inside the mines risking their lives to scrape together 1 liang of fire crystal, or some had already entered Kuju Temple and become martial monks. The moment I walked out of the tunnel, Su Qing followed after me. What happened to you just now? Tired. I replied casually, too lazy to explain more. He shook his sore arm and laughed. Fair enough. You worked like a madman all day. It'd be weird if you weren't tired. You didn't mind any less. All right, I'm leaving first. I still have to train Mountain River Heart Method tonight. Or tomorrow, I won't even be able to lift my hands. MHM. He waved to me and turned away, swaggering as he left. I stood there and watched him walk all the way out of the mine vein. Overseer Nyo acted blind and didn't even ask him for fire crystal or. When it was my turn to go over, Overseer Nyo glanced at my basket and immediately raised his brows. Yongling, 13 gene of fire crystal, or? Your speed is getting more and more frightening. He weighed out 1 tael and 3 mace of silver before handing it over. Practice makes perfect. I smiled and accepted the silver, but inwardly I was already calculating at high speed. Earlier, after buying Mountain Crashing Fist, I had spent 5 taels, leaving only a bit more than 3. Now with this 1 tael 3 mace, the money for buying official status was finally complete again. I turned and left. Behind me, Overseer Nyo sighed quietly. That person's status is even higher than senior brother Wang Jing's, yet he's so familiar with Yongling. As expected of someone from the Yang family. I didn't turn back. Back in my shack, my thoughts went around and around, all centering on the Divine Realm ranking. Huiwu, level 10, Martial Monk. Those 3 pieces stuck into my mind like nails. One of Kuju Temple's built-in classes. Then what about me? I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the bare wall, and the more I thought, the more annoyed I became. I'm not a sect disciple, so what can I advance into? Mind Master? Bullshit. What kind of class would that even be? But class advancement definitely has benefits. Increased stats, changed abilities, there's no way it's decorative. If I hit level 10 and meet another level 10 player who has already advanced, I'll probably lose. At that thought, I directly cursed myself once and stood up to pace the room. No, I have to advance. I'm only 1 level away. But if I hit 10 and the ranking exposes me, then what? Just as I was brooding, a voice sounded outside the door. Yongling, are you in there? Zhang Wei. I walked over and opened the door. The moment I cracked it, he slipped inside like a thief, his expression dark too. You know about the Divine Realm ranking, right? I know. He stared at me and lowered his voice further. What does that tell you? It means there aren't just one or two people like us. There's a whole lot. No shit. Don't interrupt me. He frowned, obviously a little anxious. That Huewu leveled so fast, which proves one thing. Joining a sect is the path. I looked at him. So, class advancement. He stared right at me. What do you think? Haven't you played plenty of games too? I threw the question back. And you haven't? He nodded. I have. Which is exactly why I know that in games with class advancement, that's the watershed. 10 or so classes would already be few. More often there are dozens. Once classes open, combat power gets separated immediately. Right now we only know one, martial monk. Right. The others can only be guessed. I sat down, my tone calm. Bandit, thief, Taoist, physician, apothecary, all possible. Zhang Wei's expression changed at once, turning oddly tense. What are you trying to do? What can I do? I rolled my eyes. Don't forget, I'm just a miner right now, still a drifter. Some people were lucky enough to drop directly into a sect. We can't compare to that. So all we can do is keep grinding where we can at least feed ourselves. And your place to grind is mining? Yes, my place to grind is mining. He stared at me, then suddenly asked, What level are you exactly? I deliberately stayed silent for a few breaths before answering. Definitely higher than you. Level 6. Sure enough, the moment he heard that, his expression relaxed. That's all right then. I'm nearly level 4. You're only a bit more than 2 levels above me. Normal. I nearly laughed out loud. If he knew I was only one step away from level 10, he'd probably crack on the spot. Zhang Wei didn't ask more. We spoke a few more lines and he left. The moment the door shut, I immediately started training fists. There was no clue for class advancement right now, so thinking about it was useless. Better to fill the basics first. More attributes, harder fists, longer life. That was what was real. Just before dawn, I started cultivating the Vajra Bright King art again. After one full round, all the fatigue in my body was swept clean, and my EXP rose another 5 points. 45 now. I stared at the panel, and even my heartbeat sped up slightly. Not far from 100. But very soon, I frowned again. My spirit clearly went up by 1 this time. Why does the EXP feel unchanged? I narrowed my eyes and carefully recalled. No, not unchanged. The increase was just too small to be obvious. When I was training fists last night, the proficiency also seemed just a little faster. I stood up and made the decision immediately. Keep leveling. Add more to spirit. If it helps, good. If it doesn't, no loss. A stat like this is probably the threshold for high-level arts anyway. The next day, I went to tunnel number 1 as usual. Su Qing still followed me, chattering here and there, but his hands were even more diligent than yesterday. I glanced at him a few times and ignored it. I mind my own ore. After several Shurchen, Huaning, and Wang Jing arrived. The two of them entered the tunnel, looked over the fresh marks all over the ground, and the dozens of miners working with their heads lowered. Huaning nodded faintly. This time, many thanks to Mountain River Sect for the assistance. Wang Jing immediately grinned. As we should. Once they left, my nerves actually tightened more. The calmer these people looked, the more it proved this matter wasn't over. For the next few days, I only had one phrase. Grind hard. Mine in the day. Train fists and cultivate at night. Other than eating, drinking, pissing, and shitting, I almost never stopped. A few days later, after ending cultivation, I looked at the panel. Vajra Bright King Art, 60 out of 100. Mountain Crashing Fist, 87/1000. Another 8 days or so, and Vajra Bright King Art will advance again. As for level, I licked my dry lips. Today, I should hit 10. It was a strange feeling, like being held down and beaten for a very long time, only to suddenly touch the hilt of a knife. I casually opened the ranking again. Divine Realm level ranking. 001. Kuju Temple, Huewu, level 10, class, Martial Monk. 002. Stargazing Academy, Luo Kai, level 10, class, Child Scholar. 003. Deadman Valley, Chi Kai, level 10, class, Medical Apprentice. 004. I stared at those lines, my mind spinning rapidly. 2 more level 10 players, and both successfully advanced. Wait. I sat up straight at once. Could it be that only players who successfully advance are even eligible to appear on the ranking? The moment that thought surfaced, half my back turned cold. If that's true, then there are probably more than just these 3 level 10 players in Divine Realm. It's just that many haven't advanced yet, so they aren't qualified to show up. I slowly let out a breath. Child Scholar, Medical Apprentice, 2 more classes, a scholarly route, a medical route. They could advance because they were already in those places and already had those opportunities. I don't. That thought stung, but there was no help for it. I tucked the refined steel pickaxe at my waist and stood up. Then keep leveling. If my level gets high enough, opportunities will come eventually. But the moment I arrived at the mine entrance, I noticed the atmosphere was wrong. There were far fewer people, and Zhang Wei was standing there, as if waiting for me. You're late today? Something up? Yes. He looked at me, his expression not the same as a few days ago. It's over. That master has left. I'm leaving today too. Going where? Qingshan City. Isn't mining pretty good? He sneered on the spot, openly disdainful. Yang Ling, are you truly stupid or pretending to be? Divine Realm is the Jianghu, not a minefield. How many days can mining keep you alive? What future does being a miner have? I looked at him and said nothing. The more I stayed silent, the more energized he became. I'm going to look for work with higher EXP. The real opportunities aren't in tunnels, they're in Qingshan City. After saying that, he waved a hand and turned away, looking extremely dashing. Watching his back, I had only one thought. Go on then. Just try not to die too quickly. I entered the mine vein and casually asked several familiar miners. Zhang Wei had been telling the truth. Huaining and the others had really withdrawn. But I didn't relax even a little. The Vajra Bright King art is a first-rate art. There's no way Kuju Temple would really let a thing like that go. They just can't trace it to me no matter how they search, as long as I don't expose myself. Thinking that through, I didn't stay long in tunnel number 1. Instead, I started looking for a chance to slip into tunnel number 2. The moment no one was watching, I flashed inside. As soon as I entered, I reminded myself of one thing. From now on, I can't stay in the tunnels 4 or 5 days in a row like before. Now I have to go back and train Vajra Bright King art and Mountain Crashing Fist. Once either of those gets exposed, the trouble will be huge. So mine enough, then leave. After Vajra Bright King art rises another layer, I can look for time to grind level again. I opened the map, picked a route, and started heading deeper. Along the way, I didn't run into any large chunks of fire crystal or, no matter. I wasn't in a hurry. Watched the road while listening for movement. Mine bandits, mine bugs, everything had to be guarded against. When I reached a fork, I compared it to the map and chose one side. After another stretch, the space ahead suddenly opened up. A natural cavern. I lit the fire stick and swept it around. There were mining marks everywhere. This is the place. I raised the pickaxe and began testing spot after spot. Bang, bang, bang. Every strike was fierce and steady, probing inward a full meter if needed. After a cup of tea's worth of work, I finally hit fire crystal ore and started digging immediately. In the pitch-black cavern, only my own sounds remained. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew, or chips scattered. Experience poured into my body wave after wave, forcibly suppressing my fatigue. The more I dug, the smoother it felt. The more I dug, the fiercer I became. I was like a machine, completely unable to stop. I didn't know how long had passed. Then suddenly a crisp ding rang by my ear. The movement of my hand stopped on the spot. The next second, the prompt hit me directly. Congratulations. You have leveled up and gained 1 free attribute point. I stared at the panel, and my chest tightened sharply. Level 10. Finally level 10. Without hesitation, I first put the attribute point into Spirit, then swept a glance over the panel. Level 10. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 12. Class, Martial Artist. I had just started to look further when another prompt popped up. Congratulations. Player Yang Ling has become one of the first 30 elite players to reach level 10. Reward, 1 random treasure chest. I froze completely. There's even a reward? Damn, now this is starting to feel like a game. A white light flashed before me and slowly condensed into a chest. White, glowing. I was just staring at it when a voice suddenly came from behind me. So you were here? Took me a while to find you. My entire back locked up instantly. Su Qing. He walked in carrying a torch. The light swayed and illuminated the surprise on my face perfectly. My throat tightened, and my fingers clamped around the pickaxe handle. Shit. He saw the treasure chest. How was I supposed to explain that? If greed arose in him, what could I use to stop him? Huaining was gone. Wang Jing was gone too. Why the hell was this guy still here? You? I had only just spoken when he frowned at me. Is seeing me really enough to scare you that much? I stared hard into his eyes. Then I realized something. His gaze never landed on the treasure chest at all. He couldn't see it. He truly couldn't see it. Only then did the taut string inside me loosen by a tiny inch. You suddenly popped out. Who wouldn't get startled? I deliberately put on a dark face. I thought you were a mind bandit. Su Qing laughed directly. If I were a mind bandit, would you still be alive to say that? He walked a few steps closer and looked me up and down. But seriously, with your strength, if a mind bandit really came, one swing of your pickaxe would lay him flat on the spot. With your current build, you're about on the level of the guards outside, aren't you? Not bad. I forced a smile. Born with a stupid amount of brute strength. Brute strength. He laughed even harder. You really know how to say it. As he spoke, he suddenly lost the smile, and his tone became serious. I came to tell you something. Go ahead. I'm returning to Mountain River Sect. I said nothing and kept listening. And stopped pretending. He looked at me. I'm not an ordinary miner. I'm from Mountain River Sect, and my status is higher than Wang Jing's. My heart jolted, and I immediately put on a look of shock. You? He raised a hand to stop me. This time I mixed in because I wanted to see whether the Buddhist scripture Ku-Ju Temple Lost was really in the mind vein. From the looks of it now, it probably isn't. Ku-Ju Temple is preparing to let go too. Their later actions were mostly for show. Their real target has already shifted to Qingshan City. I immediately cupped my hands, changing my attitude at once. So you are a great figure from Mountain River Sect. TCH. He laughed and cursed lightly. I actually liked your earlier attitude better. But this is normal too. He stared at me, his gaze carrying scrutiny and also a bit of appreciation. You're persistent about mining and persistent about making money too. To put it bluntly, you want to climb upward and you're willing to put in deadly effort. I'll ask you one thing. Are you willing to work under me? My heart slammed. There it was. The moment those words came out, only one thought existed in my mind. The opportunity had arrived. I immediately lowered my head, my tone decisive. I am willing to enter Mountain River Sect under you. Bullshit. Su Qing cursed on the spot with a laugh, nearly choking me. What kind of place do you think Mountain River Sect is? You think you can enter just because you want to? To join, you either need background, money, or talent. Which one do you have? I was silent for a moment, then asked honestly. Then what does my lord mean? Su Qing stopped circling the matter. The sect master intends to assign a red gold mine vein to me. I lack people. I need someone who understands mining, can work, and keeps his mouth shut to watch that place for me. Just like Wu Kei watches the fire crystal mine for Wang Jing. I deliberately frowned. Like Supervisor Wu? But I'm only familiar with fire crystal ore. I've never handled red gold ore. In truth, what I cared about wasn't whether I was familiar with it. What I cared about was whether red gold or gave more EXP than fire crystal ore. But I couldn't ask that. Su Qing saw right through my hesitation and directly threw out the terms. Do you know how much Wu Kei earns in a month? How much? 100 taels. My eyelids jumped hard. He stared at me and spoke word by word. You can swing your pickaxe until it smokes here and still not earn that much. And this isn't even the biggest benefit. He paused and smiled. Don't you want to be a martial artist? I said nothing, but my breathing had already grown heavier. You don't qualify to officially enter Mountain River Sect, but some of the sect's martial arts can be passed outward. And I just so happen to have the authority to pass one to you. My fingers tightened sharply. That offer struck even harder than the 100 taels. Su Qing continued. And red gold ore is more valuable than fire crystal ore and more highly regarded too. If you truly prove yourself over there, it's not impossible that you could be accepted exceptionally as an outer disciple. You're younger than Wu Quebec, so you have more opportunity than he does. I looked at him, and the fire in my chest surged upward immediately. Red gold mine, martial arts, a chance at outer discipleship. Even if this was painting a pie in the sky, it didn't matter. Even if only 10% of it was true, I still had to grab it. Because what I lacked most right now was precisely a ladder to climb upward. I stopped pretending reserve, directly cupped my hands, and lowered my voice into something harsh and steady. If my lord does not disdain me, then from this day on, I, Yang Ling, will be your advance pawn. Good. Su Qing smiled. That's the kind of thing I like hearing. But the red gold mine won't officially come into my hands for some time yet. When the time comes, I'll come fetch you. During this period, stay here, say nothing carelessly, and don't reveal any wind. Understood. I answered cleanly. Good. Then I'm leaving. He turned and departed. I remained where I was, unmoving. I kept waiting, listening. Only when his footsteps had completely disappeared did I still continue listening. No more breathing. He had truly gone. Only then did I slowly lower my head and look at the still glowing white treasure chest on the ground. Good. I licked my lips and crouched down. Now it's your turn. A line of text floated above the chest. Random treasure chest, grade, white. Below it was another line. Chest grades, white, blue, silver, gold, purple, emerald, diamond. I stared at those words, first cursed myself for being ignorant, then took a breath. So it's the lowest grade, right? Lowest is fine too. Let me first see what you can give me. I rubbed my hands together and opened the chest directly. White light surged out at once, making me squint. When the light scattered, only a single pill remained inside. I reached out and picked it up. Information immediately floated out. Spirit Nurturing Pill can increase martial technique proficiency by 500 points. I froze on the spot. How much? 500. I almost thought I had seen wrong. I rubbed my eyes hard twice and looked again. Still 500. I burst out laughing, so hard my shoulders shook. This is too fucking vicious. At my current speed, 500 proficiency would take at least 20-something days. And yet one pill could simply shove it into my mouth. I didn't hesitate much and swallowed it in one gulp. The treasure chest vanished instantly. The next second, a prompt popped up. Please choose which martial art proficiency to increase. Vajra Bright King Art. No response. I frowned and tried again. Still nothing. All right, got it. It can only raise martial techniques, not cultivation arts. In that case, Mountain Crashing Fist. The instant the words fell, a fierce warm current exploded through my body. Not little by little, in sheets and waves. As though the results of 20+ days and nights of brutal fist training had all been poured into my body at once. My bones heated up, my muscles swelled, even my head grew dizzy. I gritted my teeth and endured it standing. Only after quite some time did the force finally subside. The first thing I did was open the panel. Mountain Crashing Fist Proficiency, 587/1000. I stared at the number, my breathing rough. It really added 500. If I got another one, I could almost push directly to the next stage, right? This thing was too powerful. So powerful that it made me uneasy and also a little intoxicated. Spirit Nurturing Pill. If game rewards can give this, then sects probably have things like it too. No wonder those sect disciples have such high martial technique proficiency. Wu Kei and the others are casually at proficient. Now it looks like it's not just because they trained hard, they also had resources. While thinking that, I opened the ranking again. My name still wasn't there. Instead, I let out a breath of relief. As expected, if you don't advance classes, you don't appear on the ranking. But the game prompt said I'm one of the first 30 people to reach level 10. That means among all players, I also count as first tier. That conclusion pleased me for a brief instant, but in the very next second I became alert again. No. Why are other people leveling this fast too? I knew best why I was fast. The EXP mining gave me could in turn suppress fatigue, letting me run like I was cheating. But Zhang Wei and the others weren't like that. When they mined, they just gained experience. They still got tired, still hurt, which was exactly why Zhang Wei had run off. So it looks like it's not only me who has advantages. Everyone has their own path. I crushed all those thoughts down again. There's no point thinking too much. Keep leveling. Maybe level 20 has rewards too. That evening, I returned to the shack and continued training fists. While training, I suddenly stopped. Something's wrong. I stood there, staring at my own hands. Before, I could only gain 1 point of proficiency per hour. 5 hours meant 5 points. But today was clearly different. 5 hours should be about 6 points. Faster by 1/5? I reacted at once. Spirit. Before it was 10, Now it's 12. So it really is linked. Heat surged in my chest, and I immediately set my stance again and switched to cultivating Vajra Bright King art. EXP plus 1. EXP plus 1. The first 5 points looked about the same as before. I didn't stop. I kept going. After a while more, the 6th point jumped out. I opened my eyes on the spot, and even my chest shook. It worked. The EXP limit increased too. The same 1/5 increase. I paced back and forth in the room, unable to stay still. Spirit really can accelerate cultivation. Then that's right. As long as I keep leveling and pouring points into Spirit, my cultivation speed will keep getting faster. It's a cycle. The more I train, the faster I get. The faster I get, the stronger I become. Other people may not be able to allocate points freely like me. This is my true trump card. From that day on, my life settled completely into shape. Mine in the day, train fists and cultivate at night. No nonsense. No laziness. Money kept increasing. Proficiency kept increasing. EXP kept increasing. Strength kept increasing. And finally, the day came. I stood in the shack, first confirming that no one was around, then sank my breath and continued circulating Vajra Bright King art. 97, 98, 99. Every point made my heart jump once. When the final point pushed over, my whole body tensed. 100/100. Boom. A surge of heat exploded directly inside my body, as if someone had taken fire and dragged it all the way up through my bones. My whole body burned. Heat steamed off my flesh, and white vapor even rose from the top of my head. Prompts flooded across my vision. Congratulations. Vajra Bright King art has advanced 1 layer. Gain 5 free attribute points. While circulating the art, strength and agility each increase by 15 points. Additional HP plus 100. I stood there for a long while without moving. Then I slowly raised my head, unable to suppress the corners of my mouth. Finally done. This wasn't a small increase. This was a qualitative transformation. Without even thinking, I dumped all 5 free attribute points directly into Spirit. In an instant, it felt as if icy water had washed through my mind, leaving me terrifyingly clear. My hearing sharpened. My sight brightened. Even farther details became perfectly clear. But very quickly I noticed something even fiercer. Wait. HP increased by 100. Is that only while circulating or permanent? I immediately pulled up the panel. Strength 11. Agility 5. Spirit 17. Vajra Bright King art. Initial insight. EXP 0/1000. Mountain Crashing Fist 786/1000. HP 210. I stared at that final line, and my heart slammed once. 210. I'm not even circulating it right now. That means the extra 100 HP is permanent. I couldn't help sucking in a breath. When I first entered Divine Realm, my HP had only been 40. Ordinary people only had around 50, but now I had 210. This was no longer a matter of being a little more durable. This was monstrous. I slowly clenched my fists, feeling the dense, exaggerated power in my body, my voice so low it was barely more than breath. Vajra Bright King art really is no ordinary kind of vicious. And this is only the first layer. If all 4 layers were completed, I didn't finish the sentence, because even I found it frightening. HP over 1,000? If I truly reached that step, who could kill me casually anymore? Wu Kei? What the hell did he count for? Before, whenever I saw him, I had to endure. Now I was already starting to think about how to hit back. And I knew this wasn't a dream. It was getting close. The moment I heard the rest, I quickened my pace even more. Fighting over or, and doing it in a place like this. That wasn't stupidity. That was being tired of living. On the road, I asked Chin Su, Lin Guoyang struck first? Something like that. His face looked miserable. They argued first, then it escalated more and more. Brother Chin tried to stop it when he got there, but got dragged in too. Where is he now? Still over there. His head got smashed. He's bleeding a lot. I said nothing more. To put it bluntly, this matter was unjustifiable to begin with. The rules among miners were simple. Whoever discovered the ore first had the right to mine it. If you tried to snatch it by force and got beaten, you really couldn't complain. But unjustified or not, I couldn't just let them bury someone. The moment I reached the mine entrance, Overseer Nyo raised his eyelids. Young Ling, you want a medal in this? Just going to take a look. I smiled. Can't exactly let it turn into a murder case. Overseer Nyo snorted. Those few newcomers deserve it. They've only been here a few days and already dare break the rules. If they don't suffer today, they'll cause trouble again tomorrow. I understand. I nodded. I'm just going to try and calm things down. Overseer Nyo didn't stop me again. By the time I got close, the crowd was already 3 layers deep. The middle was a mess. Lin Guoyang and Wu Ming were huddled together, their faces white. The other 4 newcomers were even worse. Some were crying, some trembling, looking like they had just been dragged out of a pit. Every one of them was filthy, with footprints all over their bodies. Officer Chun was sitting on the ground, one hand covering his head. Blood was streaming through his fingers and had already stained his collar red. I recognized the tall, thin young man opposite him, the one holding a bloodied pickaxe. Maho. That guy struck viciously and spoke viciously too. Among the miners, he counted as half a troublemaker. He was pointing the pickaxe at Officer Chun and speaking with harsh menace. Compensation? Compensation, my ass. If we don't teach them a lesson today, then tomorrow anyone will dare come steal, or... Someone nearby immediately joined in the shouting. Right, bury them and be done with it. Even drifters dare step on our heads now. Do they really think we're easy to bully? The mood had already risen. At a time like this, reasoning was useless. The more you talked, the more they thought you were protecting the wrong side. So I spoke directly, my voice cutting over theirs. Maho. He turned to look at me, eyes going cold. Oh, little Yang. You came to stand up for them. Not to stand up for them. To wrap this up. As I spoke, I walked into the crowd. The surrounding miners subconsciously made a path for me. That wasn't because I had so much prestige. It was because everyone knew I mined fast, had money in hand, and normally didn't make trouble. On top of that, I really had become familiar around the mine lately, so when I spoke, people listened at least a little. Uncle Wong warned me from the side. Little Yang, don't take this mess onto yourself. They broke the rules first. I know. I glanced at him. But if this keeps going, someone really is going to die. Maho sneered. So what if they die? Why didn't they think about consequences when they came stealing, or... I didn't answer that line directly. Instead, I pulled out a piece of broken silver from my robe and raised it. This is 1 tael of silver. The moment the words fell, the area around us noticeably quieted. 1 tael. Not copper coins. Silver. In the mine, once this thing came out, it worked better than any argument. I looked at Maho, and then at the miners whose, or had been stolen. This money counts as their compensation. This matter ends here today. The eyes of those miners who had their, or taken lit up immediately. A moment ago, they had been so angry they wanted to kill someone. Now their expressions loosened on the spot by half. Because they all understood that if they really beat these newcomers to death, they might not gain anything from it. But once 1 tael of silver hit the scene, that changed things. This was real compensation, and not a small amount either. But Maho's expression didn't ease. It became darker instead. Yang Ling, you're pretty generous. SOSO. You're paying for them? He narrowed his eyes. Why? What are they to you? Nothing. If they're nothing to you, then why are you taking out a tael of silver? Because I find this troublesome. I looked at him, my tone flat. If someone dies on the mine, nobody looks good. You want a fierce reputation. I want peace and quiet. I'm paying. You get a way to step down. That's enough. Those words had already given him plenty of face. I didn't spell it out, but the meaning was obvious. You, Maho, are making such a scene because there are people at your back and you want to establish your authority. Fine. I'll give you authority. But don't lose your head. If you really kill someone, that may not be a good thing for you. Maho stared at me without speaking. The atmosphere tightened all at once. I knew that what he lacked right now wasn't money. It was face. If I publicly used money to press him down, and he slid down the slope too quickly, then how would he continue pretending to be a ruthless figure among these miners in the future? So I took another step forward and stared at the pickaxe in his hand. Maho, that's enough. Today you're venting everyone's anger, not looking for disaster for yourself. No matter how stupid they are, they're just a group of chicks who only came in recently. If you really kill one, sure, it'll feel satisfying. But what after that? The guards may not protect you. Overseer Nyo may not keep pretending to be blind every time. If you want to be a ruthless man, fine. Don't be a fool. The moment that last sentence came out, the surroundings became even quieter. Even Uncle Wong inhaled. Chin Su, behind me, had frozen solid. Because at this point, it wasn't really persuasion anymore. I was shoving it in his face. Maho's expression instantly sank, and the fire in his eyes jumped. Who are you calling a fool? I looked at him and didn't retreat. Whoever insists on taking things all the way to death, that's who I'm calling. Yang Ling. He suddenly stepped forward, the pickaxe already half raised. Do you really think I don't dare touch you? There wasn't even a ripple in my heart. If anything, I almost wanted to laugh. Of course he dared, but he didn't dare move lightly. Because he couldn't judge me. And because the fact that I had dared walk in here alone today already meant I wasn't here to deliver myself to death. I stared at him, my tone even calmer. You can try, but you'd better think clearly. When this pickaxe comes down, are you going to smash me, or am I going to smash you? The moment that came out, the faces of several miners who knew me changed. Other people didn't know, but they had seen how I swung a pickaxe. If one of my hits landed solidly, whoever took it would know. Maho was obviously not completely without judgment either. He stared at me. The corners of his mouth twitched twice. The fire in him didn't go down, but he didn't move forward again. I knew the chance had come. If this dragged any longer, it would easily sour again. So I directly raised my hand and tossed that piece of silver to one of the middle-aged miners who had just had his or stolen. You take the money. The ore was yours. They stole it. Then the compensation should go to you. The middle-aged miner caught the silver in a flurry, and the anger on his face completely dispersed. He nodded over and over. It's enough, enough. How could this not be enough? I immediately followed through and sealed it in place. If the wrong party says it's enough, then this matter is settled. Whoever keeps making trouble is not giving me, Yang Ling, face. That sentence was even harder than the last one, but there was no helping it. At this point, I had to press down. Otherwise, all it would take was one more line out of Maho's mouth, and the matter would flare back up. Sure enough, people started smoothing things over. All right. Little Yang already brought out silver. Exactly, that's enough. Originally, people just wanted an explanation. Now there is one. Uncle Wang also spoke up. Disperse. Are you going to work or not? If you keep wasting time, today's money is gone too. The moment money was mentioned, the crowd immediately loosened. Miners were still miners in the end. No matter how big the anger, once silver appeared, they had to do the arithmetic first. Maho's face looked awful. He stared at me for a long time before finally forcing out a sentence through gritted teeth. Fine. Today, I'll do it for your face. I smiled and didn't press any further. Many thanks. I gave those 2 words lightly, but everyone heard the meaning. It wasn't that I feared him. It was that I was giving him a way to close things out. He gave a cold snort and turned to leave. The moment he left, the most dangerous part of the atmosphere dispersed too. The onlookers slowly started scattering. Some looked back a few more times. Some had already gone back toward the tunnels. Only then did I turn around and look at the people on the ground. Lin Guoyang was the first to lunge over, like a man clutching at a lifeline. Yang Ling, thanks, really thanks. I knew you were loyal enough. Get the hell away from me. That one sentence shut him up instantly. His expression froze on his face. Wu Ming was stunned too. I stared at Lin Guoyang, speaking in a low voice, but each sentence heavier than the last. Do you think you're pretty clever? Stealing or dragging others into the mess, then hiding behind other people once things go wrong. If you want to gamble with your own life, I can't be bothered to care. But dragging a whole bunch of newcomers into the pit with you, what the hell does that make you? His face alternated green and white. He wanted to talk back, but didn't dare. I just thought everyone could mind that or... Bullshit. I cut him off directly. If you don't understand the rules, you can ask. If you don't ask and just snatch it by force, then you're asking to get beaten. If I hadn't come today, you'd already be in the pit by now. His lips moved, but in the end he didn't manage to force out a single word. I couldn't be bothered to look at him anymore and turned to the other newcomers. You too. This isn't outside. It doesn't run on your logic of whoever shouts louder being right. Whoever discovers the or first minds it. Remember that. The newcomers nodded frantically, their eyes full of lingering fear. One of them even spoke with a trembling sob. We'll remember. We really will. Only then did I crouch down and look at Officer Chun. He was covering his head, his face pale, but his eyes were still relatively steady. I reached out, pried aside his fingers, and took a look at the wound. It wasn't shallow, but it hadn't hit anywhere immediately fatal. Can you stand? Yes. Don't force it. He smiled a little, his voice weak. If I don't stand now, there's no one to carry me. I didn't respond to the joke. I directly pulled out a bottle of gold trauma medicine from my waist and tossed it to Chinsu. Put medicine on him. Stop the bleeding first. Okay. Chinsu caught it quickly and immediately crouched down to start helping. Officer Chen looked at me twice, then suddenly said in a low voice, "Thank you." "For what?" "For saving my life." "Your life wasn't saved by me." I stood up and dusted off my hands. "It was saved by silver." Those words were realistic and ugly, but they were the truth. If I hadn't taken out that one tail of silver, this scene wouldn't have ended so easily today. Yet Officer Chen nodded, as though he understood. "I understand." I looked at him and suddenly asked, "What do you understand?" He paused, then answered, "That this place is different from where we came from. A lot of things can't be handled with our original way of thinking. At least that pickaxe to the head wasn't entirely wasted on you." He gave a bitter smile, but didn't argue. I looked over at Lin Guoyang again. The anger in me still hadn't gone down. But there was no point cursing this kind of person too hard. It wasn't that he didn't know he'd done wrong. It was that he always felt he could win the gamble. Those were the most troublesome people, because they would dare again next time. I said to Chinsu, "Take them back. Don't come wandering around again tonight." "Understood." "And another thing." I paused, my gaze passing across Lin Guoyang and the others. "If anyone causes trouble over stealing or again, don't come looking for me. I can protect you once today. That doesn't mean I'll be in the mood every time." The moment that came out, several faces changed, especially Lin Guoyang's. The little bit of luck on his face vanished immediately. He had finally realized that I hadn't come to back him up. I had only come to clean up a mess. I turned to leave. Then Officer Chen's voice suddenly came from behind me. "Wait." I stopped and turned back to look at him. Supported by Chinsu, he slowly stood up. Blood was still seeping from his head, but his speech had already steadied a little. "My name is Chin Feng," he said. "If there's a chance later, I want to talk with you." I looked at him and didn't answer right away. This man was different from Lin Guoyang. His gaze was steadier, and his brain wasn't that stupid. But precisely because of that, I had even more reason to stay guarded. Right now, I didn't want to get entangled too deeply with them. So I only left him one sentence. "Survive first." Then I turned and walked away. After I had gone a few steps, Chin Su chased up and asked quietly, "Brother Yang, that one tael of silver later, I'll think of a way to repay you." "You can't repay it." He choked immediately. I glanced at him and added, "At least, not right now." His face reddened at once, as though ashamed. My tone softened by half a notch. "But if you really want to repay it, that's not impossible. Say it. I'll remember it for sure. Stay away from Lin Guoyang." I said, "He'll cause trouble again sooner or later. If you keep following him, then next time no one will be able to save you." Chen Su gritted his teeth and nodded hard. "I'll remember." "You'd better." I said no more and walked straight back. When the night wind blew, my mind cleared too. On the surface, today's matter had been settled. But I understood very well that the trouble wasn't over. Maho had remembered me, and that bunch of trash around Lin Guoyang might not really have learned their lesson either. On top of that, Wu Kei's side was still waiting for me to head to Qingshan City. One problem after another, never leaving anyone room to breathe. But instead of making me anxious, it made me calmer. The more things there were, the more it proved I couldn't afford to be slow. I had to be faster, more ruthless. I had to harden my fists sooner and make my life thicker sooner. Otherwise, next time, even silver might not be enough to suppress the situation. I touched the refined steel pickaxe at my waist and kept walking, with only one sentence in my mind. It was time to go handle the official status. Only by stepping one rung higher would there be a real road to survival. The moment I saw Uncle Wong lying on the ground, the string in my head snapped tight completely. Not from fear, from rage. A man who had still been joking with me on the road a moment ago was now lying there with his neck torn open, tossed on the ground like a dead dog. Wu Kei stood in front of me, smiling. He actually still had the nerve to smile. "I'll send you on your way." The moment the words fell, he was already lunging at me. Black tiger fist. The force of the punch tore at my face, vicious and fast. In the past, I truly might not have been able to block it. But now things were different. My foot shifted, my waist twisted, and my whole body flashed half a step aside. Wu Kei's punch scraped past my chest, the wind from it snapping my clothes. A slight change came to his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected me to dodge that easily. That's it. I stared at him, my voice ice cold. His face sank. He backhanded another punch and followed with a kick, both fast and aimed at vital spots. I didn't retreat. I raised an arm to block, and in the same motion drove an elbow out. Bang! The two of us clashed head-on. My footing didn't move at all, while Wu Kei rocked backward, and for the first time real fury showed in his eyes. So you really are a martial artist. You only figured that out now? I smiled faintly. You're a pretty blind supervisor. His expression darkened completely. All around us, that group of masked mine guards had already surrounded us, each one holding blades, pickaxes, or short staves, blocking off every retreat. Wu Kei pressed down with one hand, signaling them not to move yet. He stared at me, as if recognizing me anew. No wonder Su Qing took a liking to you. Too bad. You still have to die. You really talk too much. As I spoke, I had already steadied my breathing. The next second, Vajra Bright King Art, activate. Heat roared through my entire body. My bones grew hot, my tendons tightened, and it was as though an entire savage beast's strength had been poured into me at once. Strength 26. Agility 20. I raised my eyes to Wu Kei, and the whole world seemed just a little slower. The dip of his shoulder, the probing of his feet, the opening position of his punching line. I saw it all clearly. Before Wu Kei even moved, I moved first. One step, seizing the inside. His pupils contracted violently, and he threw a punch at once. I didn't dodge at all. My left hand rose and directly took his punch head-on, while my right fist blasted straight at his chest. Mountain crashing fist. Strength rose again. 29. Boom. That punch landed solidly. It was like Wu Kei had been hit by a heavy hammer. His chest caved slightly on the spot, blood spraying from his mouth as his whole body left the ground and flew backward. Bang! He smashed hard against the carriage beside him, splitting the planks. The entire scene went dead silent. The masked guards all froze. No one had expected the cat-and-mouse situation from moments ago to reverse in an instant. I shook out my hand and stepped forward. 24 strength, right? Pretty fierce. Too bad it's still not enough. Wu Kei clutched his chest, his face white as paper, and when he looked up at me at last there was fear in his eyes. You? What about me? I took another step closer. Weren't you going to send me on my way? Come on. Keep going. The corners of his mouth twitched twice, and then he suddenly roared at the guards. What are you standing there for? All of you together. Kill him. That was when the whole place exploded. 7 or 8 people lunged at me at once. Some carried blades. Some swung pickaxes. Others came around from the side and rear, clearly intending to cut and club me to death in a mob. Instead of panicking, I felt more at ease. In a one-on-one fight, what was there to fear about life and death exp? But when a whole group charged in, the messier the scene became, the more advantageous it was for me. Because I was faster than them, and heavier than them. I rushed the man on the left with a pickaxe first. His pickaxe had only just lifted when I was already inside his guard, punching him straight in the throat. Crack. The sound wasn't loud, but he went limp instantly. He didn't even manage a scream before dropping to his knees, clutching his neck, his eyes bulging. A blade chopped at me from the right. I twisted aside, seized his wrist on the return, and wrenched hard. The man let out a shriek so distorted it barely sounded human, and the blade fell. I picked it up in the same motion and shoved it forward. PFF. The tip sank halfway into his stomach. Hot blood spilled over my hand at once. That sensation made my stomach twitch, but only for one moment. The next second, I had already yanked the blade back out and turned to slash at the man behind me. They all wanted me dead already. Why was I still pretending to be some good man? Whoever blocked me today, I'd kill him. One guard swung a club toward the back of my head. I dipped under it, then backhanded the blade into the bend of his knee. His legs softened, and he dropped to his knees. I planted one foot on his shoulder and drove the blade into the back of his neck. His body twitched once and stopped moving altogether. Don't panic. He can't keep this up long. Someone shouted that from somewhere. Right. Vajra Bright King Art only lasted 1 minute. But 1 minute was enough to kill. The moment I heard that, I became even more ruthless. I had to kill quickly. I stopped holding anything back, grabbed the nearest one, and smashed a fist straight into his face. His nose bridge collapsed. 2 teeth flew out. He fell backward immediately. Another one tried to grab me from behind. I simply slammed backward, drove my elbow viciously into his ribs, then caught his arm and hurled him forward, smashing him into two others. 3 people tumbled into a heap. I rushed up, stomped one man's wrist until it snapped, then slashed another one's throat. Blood sprayed across half my face. Hot. Rank. It was like the world in front of my eyes had been smeared red. But my mind grew clearer and clearer, because I was realizing that these people weren't nearly as hard to kill as I had thought. They were strong only compared to ordinary miners. Compared to me now, they were too far behind. Not enough speed. Not enough power. Not enough courage either. Once a few people had died, the movements of the remaining ones were obviously getting chaotic. Some were retreating. Some were afraid. Some had already lost the focus in their eyes. I fixed my gaze on the most cowardly one and rushed him in a single step. The man turned and ran, shouting while running. "Supervisor Wu, can't hold." I caught up and kicked him brutally in the back. Bang! His whole body flew forward and face-planted into the dirt. I stepped up, grabbed his hair, and yanked his face up. "Who can't hold?" He was so terrified that blood and dirt were mixed all over his face. His lips trembled, and he couldn't even force out a complete sentence. I couldn't be bothered listening. I slammed his head into the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. By the end, there was no sound left from him at all. I let go and slowly stood up. The field had already fallen apart. The earlier momentum of them all trying to kill me was gone. The remaining few guards stood scattered apart, none of them daring to be the first to attack again. Wu Kei clutched his chest, his voice splitting. "Go? You trash. All of you go." No one moved. I turned to look at him. "Your men aren't very good." Wu Kei's face twisted. He probably couldn't understand no matter how hard he tried. How a drifter who had still been digging, or in the mines days ago, had suddenly become this kind of monster. I wiped the blood off my face and walked toward him. At last he panicked, bracing himself on the carriage to stand, only to stagger and nearly fall to his knees again. "Yang Ling." He stared at me. "If you stop now, there's still time. You can't afford to provoke the person behind me." "Who? You think I'm the only one who took those 3,000 gene of, or?" "You're wrong. There's someone above me too. If you kill me, you'll die all the same." I didn't stop walking. "That's my problem. You. As for you," I said, looking at him, "you die first." Wu Kei's face turned savage. He suddenly drew a short dagger from behind his waist and stabbed hard at my heart. That was exactly what I had been waiting for. Twist aside. Catch the wrist. Apply force. Crack. His wrist snapped directly, and the dagger hit the ground with a clang. Wu Kei screamed, his face going deathly pale. I seized his throat in one hand and slammed him hard against the carriage. "Was Uncle Wang killed by your order?" He had tears in his eyes from pain, but still clenched his teeth and refused to speak. I slowly tightened my grip. "I'll ask one more time. Was it your order?" A choking HKHK sound came from his throat. His face swelled purple-red before he finally forced out a single word. "Yes." I nodded. "Good. Then your death isn't unjust." With that, my hand tightened sharply. Crack. His neck broke. Wu Kei's whole body went limp at once. The surroundings went completely silent. All the color drained from the faces of the few guards still standing. Wu Kei was dead. The biggest backbone they had was gone. The first one couldn't hold out and turned to run. The moment one ran, the rest collapsed too, spinning around and scattering in all directions. I originally wanted to chase, but the moment I took one step, the heat inside my body suddenly drained away. Vajra Bright King art had run out. A wave of weakness surged straight up. Even my legs felt heavy. My heart tightened, and I forcibly stopped. I couldn't chase. If I chased now, and someone turned around to hit me, the one who might die would be me. I stood there, breathing hard several times, forcing myself steady. Bodies and blood lay everywhere on the ground. More than 20 from Uncle Wang's side. 7 or 8 guards dead too. A few heavily injured ones were still groaning on the ground, unable even to crawl. When the wind blew, the smell of blood kept driving into my nose. Standing there in the middle, I suddenly felt a little like vomiting. This was the first time I had truly killed this many people. Not one slap, not one punch, but really and truly ending them. Yet I quickly forced that rising nausea down, because there was no time to be disgusted with myself. They were already dead. What came next was the real key. I went to look at Uncle Wang first. His body was already cold. There was no saving him. I crouched down, closed his eyes for him, and my fingers tightened slightly. Uncle Wong, you made that joke about taking me in as a son-in-law, and I never even got to answer you. And now you're gone first. After speaking softly, I stood up again, my face expressionless. No matter how bad it felt, that had to be pushed back for later. I began searching the corpses. Wuke first. No banknotes. A few broken pieces of silver. 2 bottles of medicine. 1 jade token. 1 key. I took them all. Then the other guards. Anything worth taking, I took. Blades, copper coins, medicine, food, even fragments of fire crystal were hidden on 2 of them. As I searched, my mind raced faster and faster. This place couldn't be stayed in long. The few guards who escaped would sooner or later spread the news. When that happened, whether it was whoever stood behind Wu Kei or someone from Mountain River Sect coming down to investigate, I had to leave myself a path first. Then suddenly, my movement paused. Class. Constable. Those 2 words flashed through my head. Yesterday, Captain Lin had already taken my money and personally acknowledged me as one of his own. Even though I hadn't formally gone to the Yamen to finish the process, by name I already counted as half a step in. Then now, Wu Kei was a mind bandit. This bunch were guards pretending to be his accomplices. Didn't that mean I had just wiped out a nest of mind bandits? At that thought, my heart started pounding. Maybe this was the opportunity. The opportunity to advance classes. I immediately pulled up my panel to look. Before I could see it clearly, the distant sound of hoofbeats and footsteps suddenly came. Someone was coming. And not just one. I snapped my head up at once, tightened my grip on the blade, and my whole body tensed again. On the wind came several faint shouts. There are people up ahead. Quick, Supervisor Wu. Standing in the middle of the ground full of corpses, I narrowed my eyes. In my heart, there was only one thought left. Fuck. It still wasn't over. I shut the door and stood in place without moving. I heard every bit of the whispering outside perfectly clearly. Connected. Just arrived and already doesn't have to take duty. Probably stuffed in plenty of money. Let them talk. I couldn't be bothered. What mattered most right now wasn't their nonsense. It was that I was on the ranking. And at number 7. Iron-clothed division. Yongling, level 13, class, constable. Once that line was hung up there, any player who knew me and was still alive would notice it sooner or later. Especially someone like Zhang Wei. I didn't even need to think to know what expression he must have right now. First disbelief. Then blank shock. Then his face turning green with rage. Because in his eyes, I had always been a native, an NPC, a local man who only knew how to dig or hard and count copper coins. And yet now, not only was I a player, I had even climbed onto the ranking. That alone was enough to make him miserable for quite a long time. Thinking that, I actually smiled. You can stay mad. I'll keep moving ahead. I pulled my attention back down and looked at the capturing thief blade art in my hands. This blade art wasn't complicated. Its path was very direct. Fast, vicious, precise. Even the name was direct enough. Catch thieves, cut thieves. That was the whole set. I had already comprehended it just now. The threshold wasn't high. 100 points of proficiency would reach initial insight. For me now, that was nearly being given away for free. More importantly, this blade art followed an agility route. I pulled out the detailed information and looked through it again. Initial insight, plus 3 agility. Integrated understanding, plus 6. Mastery, plus 9. Proficient, plus 12. Transcendent, plus 20. I stared at that final line and quickly calculated. Mountain crashing fist stacks strength. Capturing thief blade art stacks agility. Vajra bright king art raises both strength and agility at the same time. That means as long as I walk all 3 lines together, the way I fight will become more and more complete. Before, when I fought people, I mostly relied on crushing them. Greater strength, thicker HP, one punch crashed over and stunned them first. But that wasn't enough. If I truly ran into someone like Su Qing, or later the sect players on the ranking, relying only on brute force wasn't stable. I needed to be faster, and better at killing. At that thought, I suddenly realized something. What I'm thinking about now isn't how to survive anymore. It's how to win. The moment that thought surfaced, even I went still for a second. When I had first entered Divine Realm, every day I thought about how to eat enough, how not to get beaten to death, how to scrape together 5 taels of silver and get myself an identity. But now things were different. I had a cultivation art, martial techniques, a class, the qualifications to appear on the ranking. I was even starting to calculate the promotion path inside the Iron-Clothed division, Su Qing's side with the red gold mine, and how I would eventually press down Wu Kei's whole rotten mess. What did that mean? It meant I was no longer at the very bottom. At that thought, I gripped the blade at my waist and felt my breathing grow even steadier. But I calmed down again very quickly. Not enough. All this is still far from enough. Wu Kei is dead. The matter is only temporarily suppressed, not gone. Mountain River sect will investigate the accounts sooner or later. If someone starts peeling down the lines, the fire crystal mine, the mine competition, Wu Kei's disappearance, those minor corpses, sooner or later part of the truth will be pieced together. Su Qing may not protect me all the way to the end, and Captain Lin even less so. So the hardest trump card is still me. I drove that thought hard into my heart, then pushed the door open and went out. Old Zhao was brewing tea. When he saw me come out, he immediately smiled. "Brother Yang, rested enough?" "More or less." I nodded at him. "Brother Zhao, I'm heading out for a bit." "Where to?" "Back to the mine." He froze for a moment. "That urgent?" "Some personal business." Seeing that I didn't want to say more, he didn't pursue it, only lowering his voice to remind me. "You just got here. There are people in the yard with loose mouths. Don't take it to heart." I smiled. "Do I look like the type to fall out over a few sour comments?" He looked me up and down, then suddenly laughed too. "No, you look like the type who keeps the dong and settles it later." I looked at him and said nothing. This old Zhao had sharp eyes. I waved a hand and turned to leave the yamen. The moment I stepped out, the wind of Qingshan City hit my face, and my whole head cleared a good deal. The city was different from the mine vein. The mine vein was suffocating, black, dirty. Everyone worked like they were being pressed beneath stones. The city's chaos was more open. Street vendors, carriages, shouting, the smell of wine, the scent of meat, quarrels, curses, footsteps, everything mixed together. My spirit had reached 25, and at first all that noise pouring into my ears was irritating. But very soon I adapted. I could even distinguish many things from the background noise. Which stall owner was shortchanging someone? Which thug was watching passing women? Which alley had people lowering their voices to talk about shady deals? I suddenly remembered insight. Once per day, only one person, and it showed the bad things they had done in the last 3 days. At first glance it looked limited, but the more I thought about it, the more vicious it became. This wasn't for fighting. This was for harvesting merit. As long as I used it accurately, it was practically free heads delivered into my hands. My feet didn't stop, but my mind had already started calculating. I can't use it randomly. Best to use it on key people. Gang heads, local snakes, gambling house managers, sect outer people, or yamen people themselves. Especially that last thought made even me pause. Yamen people themselves. No matter how nicely the Iron-Clothed division spoke of itself, it couldn't possibly be truly clean. Captain Lin talked smoothly, but when he took my 10 taels of silver, his hand didn't tremble even once. That meant rules here had never been a solid slab. There were cracks, and if there were cracks, I could slip through them. But I couldn't rush. The first thing a man who had just climbed ashore must not do was take too large a first step. I had to first secure the identity of Constable, then grind my skills upward. Only then would it be time to use insight to harvest merit. At that thought, a very strange excitement rose in me. This wasn't the simple thrill of leveling. This was the feeling that I had finally touched a path. Not one path. Several. The mine's path. The Iron-Clothed division's path. Su Qing's path. And later, if the chance came, perhaps even a sect path. As long as I didn't die, the board would only grow larger. Just as I was thinking that, I suddenly heard a commotion not far away. By the river dock, people were crying and shouting there, and others were cursing. My steps shifted, and I walked that way. Before I even got too close, I saw several people lying on the ground while a few thugs stood around kicking them. The thug leader stood there with folded arms, posture overbearing. "From now on, hand over half your wages every day." "Got it." The laborers on the ground had gone white in the face, crying pathetically. "How can we live if we give up half?" "What does your living have to do with me?" the thug leader sneered. "This is snake gang territory. If you don't pay, then don't work here." I stood outside the crowd and narrowed my eyes. Snake gang. The name was crude, but their methods were familiar enough. Protection fees. Taking the life money of the lowest people. I was about to watch a little more when my gaze suddenly stopped. Behind the thug leader, there stood another person. Zhang Wei. He was kicking those laborers too, cursing all the while. Had enough yet? Yes. Yes. Watching the scene, I almost laughed. This bastard had run out of the mine vein, and I had thought he had some kind of ambition. And yet he had only turned around and joined a gang, becoming muscle for street thugs. No wonder he leveled slowly. No wonder his face looked more and more crooked. He wasn't looking for a path. He was looking for ready-made evil. To put it bluntly, he was too lazy to endure, too lazy to hold back, too lazy to climb step by step. So he chose the fastest, dirtiest, easiest path for bullying people. I suddenly understood a little why some players would turn into bandits. It wasn't because of anything else. It was because that kind of person fit it naturally. At that moment, Zhang Wei seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up past the crowd. Then he saw me. In that instant, his whole face froze, like he had just been slapped across the face. Yang Ling. He blurted it out. The thug leader frowned and turned around. You know him? Zhang Wei's face changed several times before he forced out a sentence. I know him from before. I stood where I was without moving, only looking at him. There was shock in his eyes, unwillingness, and a fire he couldn't suppress. I knew exactly what he was thinking. Yesterday, he had only just seen Iron-Clothed Division, Yang Ling, level 13, class, constable on the ranking, and had probably spent the whole night too angry to sleep. And now today the real person was standing in front of him, wearing a constable's uniform. To him, this wasn't just humiliation. It was humiliation slammed straight into his face. The thug leader looked me up and down once, and when he saw my clothing, his gaze immediately pulled back a little. Officer. I couldn't be bothered with his little probing. I only raised my chin toward Zhang Wei. Doing pretty well for yourself. Zhang Wei's face twitched. If those words had come from someone else, perhaps they would have meant nothing. From me, they were naked mockery. He gritted his teeth and forced out a smile. Not bad. At least better than in the mine. Is that so? I looked at the laborers on the ground. Living by kicking them for your food. That really is impressive. Zhang Wei's expression immediately darkened. The thug leader wasn't happy either. He stepped forward half a pace, his tone sharpening. Officer, this is Snake Gang territory. If you don't have any business here, are you teaching me how to do my job? I turned to look at him, and my tone went cold instantly. He opened his mouth, but didn't finish what he had meant to say. Because I was wearing a constable's uniform and carrying an official blade at my waist. No matter whether I was a connected constable, a newly appointed one, or anything else, in outsiders' eyes I was still Iron-Clothed Division. The reason this type of local thug could usually act wild was because he hadn't run into anyone willing to actually intervene. Once he did, his heart still went weak. I took 2 steps forward and walked directly into the middle of the scene. The laborers on the ground saw me and immediately looked as if they were seeing salvation. Officer, officer, save us. The thug leader's expression started to strain. He forced a smile and said, it's all a misunderstanding. We were just explaining the rules to them. Explaining the rules? I looked down at the laborer, whose face was swollen and bruised. With your feet. The thug leader had no reply for that. I didn't look at him again. I looked at Zhang Wei instead. You're pretty capable. You only left the mine a few days ago, and you've already learned how to help collect life money from the poor. Being stared at by me made Zhang Wei uncomfortable, but he still forced himself to answer back. That's just how it is here. Stop pretending to be above it all. I'm pretending to be above it all. He almost made me laugh. Zhang Wei, did you forget that when you first entered Divine Realm and were starving like a dog, who lent you copper coins? His face flushed red instantly. So what? Nothing much. I stared at him and pressed down word by word. I just suddenly think those few copper coins I lent back then really were fucking fed to a dog. The moment that sentence came out, the fire in Zhang Wei's eyes exploded completely. Yang Ling. He suddenly took a step forward, fists already clenched. But in the very next second, he saw my hand rest on the hilt of my blade, and his whole body froze stiff. I didn't even draw it. I only looked at him. But he didn't dare move again. Because he knew he might not be able to beat me now. And even more because he knew my status was no longer the same. That name on the ranking yesterday had not been fake. What? Not convinced. My voice wasn't loud, but each sentence pressed down harder than the last. You can try. See whether today you hit me, or I hit you. The whole place went silent in an instant. Even the thug leader didn't dare cut in anymore. Zhang Wei's chest rose and fell violently, his face shifting green and white, but in the end he couldn't force out a single hard line. Looking at him like that, the last little trace of old sentiment in me completely vanished. Before, I had still thought this guy was only anxious, a little stupid, a little flighty. Now I could see that wasn't it. He was bad. The kind of bad that, once given a chance, immediately trampled downward on other people and enjoyed it. A person like that would most likely become trouble later if left alive. I had already made a note of him in my heart. But not today. Today I had just taken office. It wasn't suitable to make blood flow openly. So I let go of the blade hilt and turned to the thug leader. I'm taking these people today. You got a problem with that? And no problem. And later we won't collect money from them either. Only them. I stared at him. Sweat started appearing on his forehead. He changed his words immediately. Later, over here at the dock. We'll hold off for now. I'll hold off for now. I smiled. Remember those words yourself. If I see you bullying these dock laborers again, I'll deal with you according to Iron-Clothed Division rules. As for what the Iron-Clothed Division's rules actually were in detail, I didn't really know. But that didn't stop me from using the skin first to scare people. The effect was pretty good. The thug leader nodded repeatedly. Yes, officer is right. I stopped bothering with him and turned to the laborers on the ground. Can you walk? Yes. Several of them scrambled up in a panic. I nodded. Then get lost and go put medicine on yourselves. Today's matter ends here. They were so grateful they almost knelt to me. I waved them off and told them to go quickly. When most of the people had dispersed, I gave Zhang Wei one final look. Next time we meet, you'd better not let me catch a handle on you again. Otherwise, I'll really deal with you. After saying that, I turned and left. There was no sound behind me for a long time. But I didn't need to turn around to know that Zhang Wei's face right now had to be ugly to the extreme. Once I had walked out of that dock area, I actually felt pretty calm. Today's matter wasn't big, but it let me see one thing clearly. This constable's skin was genuinely useful. At least in Qingshan City, it was enough to suppress a lot of small trouble. And right now, what I needed most was exactly this kind of thing that let me harvest benefits at low cost. Suppress people, establish authority, accumulate merit, learn the rules, then slowly push myself upward. At that thought, I suddenly stopped, and my eyes shifted slightly. I still hadn't used today's insight. And that snake gang leader from just now clearly wasn't some clean person. I turned my head and looked back in the direction of the dock, the corners of my mouth slowly lifting. All right, then let's use you to test just how valuable this skill really is. We had only just come out of tunnel number 3 when the wind outside hit us, and Shinsu looked like he had come back to life. 3 Liang. He hugged the herb basket, grinning so wide he could barely close his mouth. It's the first time I've ever mined 3 Liang in one day. Damn, this was worth it. Chun Guiqing was exhausted too, his hands shaking, but the expression on his face was brighter than anyone's. Brother Yang, this efficiency is unbelievable. Before, we wasted half the day just searching blindly for ore. Today, following you, we barely had any empty stretches. That's how it should be. I slung the pickaxe over my shoulder as I walked and said, before, it wasn't that you weren't working hard enough. Your method was wrong. Shinsu immediately took over. Right now I get it. It's not enough to just work hard. You've got to know where to work. Finally said something human. I smiled and casually looked over them. They were tired, but their momentum had risen. That was stronger than anything else. Because in a place like this, the scariest thing wasn't poverty. It was when people's hearts broke first. As long as they knew that today they were stronger than yesterday, and tomorrow they had the hope of something bigger, then they could keep grinding on. All the way out, plenty of miners were watching us. More precisely, they were watching me. In the daytime, I had returned to the village wearing a constable's uniform, and the news had already spread. Now I had changed back into miner clothes, gone into the tunnel, and openly brought people along. That gave the whole thing a different flavor. There was envy. There was probing. And there was also a kind of hard-to-describe wariness. I treated it all like I didn't see it. At times like this, the more you explain, the cheaper you look. If you simply stand there and let them think for themselves, they imagine you into something deeper instead. When we reached the entrance, Overseer Nyo was sitting there slowly drinking water. He lifted his eyes and glanced at me, then at the fire crystal or in my basket, and smiled. Little Yang, your first day back and you still didn't take it easy, huh? I'm used to it. I set the herb basket down in front of him. Luck was all right today. Luck? Overseer Nyo weighed it twice, his smile growing deeper. That's not luck. That's skill. Then he looked at Chin Su and Chun Guiqing behind me. These two are the ones you brought. MHM. Not bad. He nodded. At least they look stronger than those few from before. Not so flighty. Chen Su grew a little nervous and quickly lowered his head. Chen Guiqing was steadier and cupped his hands. Overseer Nyo. Overseer Nyo gave an acknowledging sound and said no more, only told someone to weigh the ore for us. I stood to one side, but inside I was calculating too. Today's trip, for me personally, wasn't anything astonishing. A bit over 10 gene of fire crystal or around 1 tael of silver. For me now, money wasn't the most urgent thing anymore. But EXP was still useful, and I still had to stay familiar with ore finding routes. Most importantly, I had to let everyone see that I was back in the mine, and back openly. That matter itself was an attitude. I hadn't hidden. I hadn't run. Wu Kei's disappearance had nothing to do with me. At least on the surface, it had to be like that. Overseer Nyo was smart. That line from him in the daytime, Jianghu disputes have nothing to do with you, had already been him tapping me. He knew there was something inside all this. But as long as it didn't land directly on his own head, he was willing to open one eye and close the other. For me, that was enough. The ore got weighed, and the money was settled. I put my own away, then glanced at Chin Su and Chin Guiqing. The two of them were holding copper coins as if they were holding their lives. Especially Chin Su. His eyes were almost shining. Before, I'd have been lucky if I could scrape together enough for 1 bowl of noodles in a day. He lowered his voice, too excited to keep still. At this speed, after some days I might even dare to think about identity money. Don't think too far ahead yet. I cut him off. Just because you mined 3 liang today doesn't mean you can stably mine 3 liang tomorrow. He froze. Why? Because today I led the route. I looked at him, my tone flattening a little, but staying direct. Right now, you only followed me and got to eat meat. That doesn't mean you know how to hunt yourselves. If you really think finding good or one time means you've learned it, then you'll still die very quickly. The excitement on Chin Su's face slowly faded a little, and he nodded seriously. I understand. Chen Guiqing picked it up even faster. So the key isn't how much we earn today? It's remembering the method from today. I glanced at him and nodded. Right. Finding or judging the direction of the vein. Avoiding places where trouble is likely. Knowing when to stop, when to retreat. These all matter more than just lowering your head and working hard. What you need to learn next is not how to mine a lot one time. It's how to mine more steadily. The moment that line came out, both of their expressions became serious. Especially Chen Guiqing. He was clearly listening. I like dealing with this kind of person. You didn't have to break every sentence apart and spoon-feed it. You only pointed once, and he knew how to think further on his own. While we were talking, a few low whispers suddenly rose nearby. See that? Those two followed little Yang and mined 3 liang in one day. If I'd known, I'd have shamelessly tagged along too. Go try. He's a constable now. He might not bother with you. TCH. What dog luck. I turned my head and swept them once. Several miners immediately shut up and pretended they hadn't said anything. I didn't react, but inwardly I grew clearer still. From today onward, more and more people would try to come close. But I couldn't take everyone. Taking people costs something. What's more, the people on the mine had loose mouths and messier hearts. If I took the wrong one, the trouble later would outweigh the benefit. So people had to be chosen. If they were useful, I'd take them. If they weren't, let them starve. With that thought, I took Chin Su and Chun Guiqing back toward the village. On the way, Chin Su couldn't help asking, Brother Yang, from now on are we always going down tunnel number 3 with you? Depends. Isn't number 3 the best? There's no tunnel that stays the best forever. I said, you can mine it today. Tomorrow it might be empty. You have to learn to look at traces, fresh earth, cracks in the rock layer, where others have already worked and where hasn't been touched yet. Chin Su scratched his head. I'm really still far from that. If you're far, then learn. MHM. He answered quickly. Chen Guiqing cared more about something else. Brother Yang, today, When you brought us into the mine, were you also telling the others on the mine that you're still going to keep staying here? My footsteps paused slightly, and I turned to look at him. This person's brain really was useful. Yes. With Wu Kei gone, people are bound to ask questions. The more normal I am, the harder it is for others to splash dirty water onto me. Chen Su listened in a daze for a while before finally reacting. So today you weren't just simply helping us make money? Making money was incidental, I said blandly. More important was establishing the person, letting them know that I'm a constable now, but I still come back to mine, still go in and out openly, still dare to show my face. That way, if someone really wants to make an issue out of me later, it won't be so easy. Chen Guoqing nodded, eyes holding some admiration. Understood. You were seizing the side of reason in advance. More or less. I didn't explain much further. Some things, even if I said more, they couldn't digest them. It was enough for them to know the direction. By the time we returned to the miners' village, the sky was fully dark. Some people were eating noodles. Some were chewing flatbread. Some were so tired they had collapsed at their doors and didn't want to move at all. I took the two of them into the wooden shack. It wasn't a large shack. 3 people sitting down fit exactly. I shut the door first, then pulled a few copper coins from my clothes and tossed them onto the table. Today you earned what you earned. That's yours. But starting tomorrow, prepare your own food and drink in advance. Don't get caught scrambling at the last second again. Chen Su immediately nodded. Okay. And don't talk too much with Lin Guoyang's lot. The moment that name came up, Chen Su's expression collapsed. Brother Yang, don't worry. Just seeing him now annoys me. Annoyance is useless. I looked at him. You need to guard against him. What people like him are best at isn't working hard. It's dragging others down into the water. The moment you soften even a little, he'll start sucking blood off you. I understand. Chen Guoqing added too. Those few already have a bit of a broken jar broken anyway feel to them now. Better to stay far away. MHM. I nodded. Remember one more thing. Starting today, if the 3 of us move together more closely, other people will definitely notice. And if you two start earning more, some people will get jealous. So don't show off, don't brag, and absolutely don't spread around the methods I teach you. If anyone has a loose mouth, then don't follow me into the tunnels again. I said that very flatly, but I left no room. Chen Su immediately nodded like he was raising a hand. I definitely won't say anything. Chen Guoqing said seriously too. Don't worry. We know what matters. Looking at them, I settled a little inside. Bringing people along carried its own risks. But the advantages were obvious too. First, they could help cover some of my actions. Second, later on if I really went to the red gold mine, there was no way I'd be able to do everything alone. I had to have my own people. Third, at least for now, these 2 looked reliable enough. Especially Chen Guoqing. There was something rare on him. Not drive, steadiness. And steady people lived long. Only those who lived long had value. Thinking that through, I stopped wasting words and spoke directly. Tonight, go back and rest properly. We're going down again tomorrow. But starting tomorrow, it won't be just digging. As we walk, I'll explain things. You'll memorize the routes yourselves and judge or points yourselves. Chen Su's eyes lit up immediately. Brother Yang, are you officially taking us now? You can understand it that way. That's great. He was so excited, he almost slapped the table. I glanced at him. Don't be happy too early. Taking you along is one thing. Whether you can keep up is up to you. We can keep up, he answered instantly. Chen Guoqing was much more steady. He only said seriously, we won't let your effort be wasted. Best not. I stood up and rolled my shoulders. Going into the mine today, bringing people, returning to the village, showing my face, speaking. This whole sequence was honestly even more tiring than spending a whole day mining. Not physically tiring, mentally tiring, but I knew it was worth it. After today, many things would go more smoothly. At least in this fire crystal mine, I had truly nailed myself back into place. The constable identity was 1 layer of skin. The mine routes were 1 layer of roots. Only with both could I stand firmly. Suddenly someone passed outside the door, then paused, as if listening in secret. My eyes shifted, and I spread my spirit outward. I identified the movement immediately. Not one of Chen Su's people. A miner. Still hesitating at the door. I spoke directly. If you want to listen, come in and listen. Why are you standing outside pretending to be a ghost? The person outside panicked visibly. Their footsteps instantly became chaotic, then hurriedly ran away. Chinsu stared, stunned. Brother Yang, how did you know there was someone outside? I heard it. You can hear even that. You might not be unable to someday either. I said casually. The premise is that you stay alive all the way to that point. Chinsu got choked by that, but could only laugh awkwardly. I opened the door a crack, swept my gaze outside, and after confirming the person had gone far enough, turned back again. All right, you two go. Come early tomorrow. I'll take you two for a really big haul.